All right, so we're back in it, doing it again. Is to no one's surprise, we're gonna keep going with this till it's done, as I said before. So, for those who weren't here last time, we made some pretty good ground. We got a few areas in. As you can see, it's saying that we've cleared a quarter of the game, and I'm inclined to believe that. A quarter of the game sounds about right for how much ground we've covered. I don't know if that will speed up or if this means we're gonna actually be doing like 4 streams of this to get through it or whatnot. I'm kind of fine either way on that one. The only awkward thing on 4 streams is gonna be there's gonna be a 1-day gap. Like if I don't get it done on Saturday, we'll jump over Sunday and then the last one would then be Monday. But I think that'll be fine. Throws me off slightly that the Seribot notification changed. I immediately see something pop up right at the start and I'm like, that's not the normal one. Oh right, it's fine though, because that is the new one. I did forget one thing though, so give me 1 second to fix a thing. There we go. Fix that. And now everything else is broken because for some reason my computer loves to move that to the other monitor whenever I pull it back up. Thanks for that, Windows. Love you. You're the best program in the world. And by that, I mean no. I mean no, not in the slightest. Okay. So apparently we didn't look at an item. Oh, right. We got the Dreamcatcher pastilles that block nightmares. Which probably would be useful to have, but I don't think we need them here. We haven't seen evidence of things that cause nightmares here yet. I'm gonna fix this right quick before we go anywhere. Just so I don't have another bad situation where I'm like, oh yeah, I need to cycle to this. Uh-oh. Cycles halfway through inventory. It's on the wrong end. Panic. Dead. All these being new. There we go. Good lord, everyone I know is going live, apparently. I'm just seeing that constantly popping up in the top right of my dashboard right now. It is going insane. We have the shield and the ice spell right now. I think those will be fine. We got our 2 charms, our weapons. Yep, I think we're good. Now, what we learned is that this swamp has weird slug dog things in that spit homing purple at us. Ow, 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 ow. Bad slug. Bad. Okay. Okay, your shots are homing in too. Good for you. Oh, what? Okay. You know, I'm glad past me left this for future me to deal with. Thanks for that. Or, I guess more accurately, current me at this point. Oh, and it throws off one more blast when it dies. Joy. Joyous day. I'm so pleased this is how we're starting the day. With purple explosions of misery. Now, worth noting, I raised the master volume of the game up 1 step. Do let me know if it's too loud, because I noticed in the VOD that compared to me it was very quiet, especially the dialogue was very quiet. Like, to the point where at the volume where my audio sounded good to me, the speech was almost inaudible. I don't know if that was the case the whole session for everybody or not. But I figured I may as well point that out. So people don't think I was just sitting there staring at the dialogue, waiting for people to read it. Like, no, there was voice there the entire time. You just might not have heard it because audio settings may have been slightly skewed. Okay, that worked. Except I once again forgot the sudden explosion on death there. Okay, we can get there from here-ish. I do now understand why we got the anti-nightmare pills near here, though, considering everything in here does purple damage. That's not reachable from here. We either get a double jump or we get something that allows us to walk on water or something stupid like that, perhaps. This jump is theoretically makeable. I just may have to do some nonsense to make it. So just bear with me while I stubbornly attempt this for a second. Nope. I think that's just like a pixel out of reach. Because the idea was I was trying to... what some people refer to as a coyote jump. Like, you Wile E. Coyote off the edge and ignore gravity for a second because you haven't acknowledged that you're falling yet. That type of thing. Sadly, didn't quite work. Wait, another checkpoint? Okay. I'm not opposed, but I'm confused. One sec, y'all. Okay. Just making sure not to forget to reply to things. I received a response to something right before I hit the button, but I wasn't going to delay starting to reply to it, so I kind of had a bit of a juggle there. So just to bear with that kind of thing. There's going to be a few of those, probably, since there was a few things all happening right before I started. Is, you know, Fridays and starting early tend to throw people off a little. I'm really getting the feeling we get like a double jump or something around here, because there's so much stuff that's high up around here. Like, we get some manner of improvement to our jumping capabilities around here. We've got to. Nope. Fool me once, shame on you and all that. Was it fool me once, shame on me? I can never remember which way that goes. There's a lot of shame going around either way. I can never remember who the first one being shamed is. Because whoever the first one is, isn't the second one. Some more forbidden bombs. You being up there is upsetting. Could you come down here a little bit? Thank you. That makes my life infinitely simpler because I can murder you. In the end, that really wasn't a great idea on their part, but I'm happy they did it. He also has a deceptive bit of reach, which I keep forgetting. I keep thinking he can't reach a ledge that's that high up. And then he does. Only just barely healed out of that one. I didn't think that was gonna reach him. I, for some reason, thought it was gonna cast far enough to reach this other one instead. Shows how much I remember about that immediately. Yep, I really did land on a slug. Anywhere I could have landed in the swamp. Nope, land immediately and directly on a slug. The Nycrux has a will and a life of its own, an unstable force. It absorbs the recollections of many, yet is inhuman, haunting, and dangerous. A whisper of shadow, beware of that which can think for itself, intentions of corruption. Well, that's all doom, gloom, and sadness. Par for the course around here, really. More Dreamcatcher pastilles. A lot more of them, apparently. They really think we're gonna get afflicted with Nightmare in here a lot. Which, considering they all infect you with it, kind of makes sense. Especially when you do what I just did, which is hit the button one too many times. Okay. Second verse, hopefully not the same as the first. We're gonna need at least one longer range spell on hand as well. It's unfortunate that our best long reach spell is the same element as the things we're fighting. Again. I can't help but notice that that keeps happening. I need like a fireball or something. But we didn't find one. We only found a fire punch. And unlimited power, unfortunately, has very limited range. So it's a bit of a problem. We could go to gun, but gun is horizontal only. So I guess fight fire with fire is gonna be our only strategy here. We're dealing with the guys that are higher up. I don't know if jumping in and out of the water helps. It just makes me feel better. Splashing through the soup. What I really should be doing... Also, I think my attacks are delayed in the water as well. And I can't actually reach them with that spell either. This ledge is like so close to being in reach. This one I can reach, but I need to get rid of that first before I can do anything. Problem is, the ones I can reach like this, I most likely can also reach with the whip from the ground, from the air rather. Like, just jump and whip, jump and whip, jump and whip. Because those are also the ledges I can reach to climb up to. I was hoping to fake him out and have that fly over my head. That did not work. I forgot about the martyr bomb. You fuck. Ow. Have I mentioned that I hate it here? Because this place kind of sucks. Like, they're not super tanky or anything particularly nasty like that. They're just very upsetting. Can I? No, you see me too. Okay. I was seeing if I could position myself in such a way that I could throw my blades down at them from up there without them triggering. The answer is obviously, of course not. Why would I have nice things like the ability to attack them from a range they can't attack me first? Nope, I'm just leaving. Nope. Bye. So long, farewell, Auf Wiedersehen, fuck off. I apparently missed the turn where our stuff was, though. I thought we had went further along and then lost it. But apparently it was back in that area where I just left. Because I don't think we picked up so little currency that we'd still be at 1,000. That doesn't sound right for this area. Lots of blade throwers here. Honestly, the blade throwers are a lot easier to deal with than the summoners so far. Because the summoners' attacks just linger so long and take up a large area. So we dropped our stuff somewhere around... Oh, yeah, there it is. We literally just barely passed it. And yeah, our attacks are definitely slowed down in the water. Which doesn't really make any sense if you think about it, considering it's knee-high water. Why is knee-high water affecting my ability to move my upper body? Something about that doesn't add up. Ooh. Focus restore, very good. Because, like, the flying blade does last for a little bit, but it also doesn't cover as much ground as the summoner attack does. There we go. And they also can't do it more or less twice. Like, they can do it right after they catch their blade again, but there won't be an attack in the air and then them doing another attack. Go. Another focus restoring spot. Go ahead and take that. The city of Erlem. Okay, good. I really thought they were just bombing the whole bridge, and I was gonna be very upset. Well, correction. Simultaneously pleased and upset. Because I do love a good explosion, but I don't like being caught in them. For obvious reasons. He's got a harpoon gun. Good for him. Can I have the harpoon gun? Ow. I did not mean the harpoon. I said the harpoon gun. There's a difference. Ended up grabbing the ladder like an idiot. That could be a problem. Nope, we're okay. And that's apparently a masked obscenity. And you know what? I certainly was about ready to say a few obscenities to him. So that checks out. Bad. Better reload quicker than that, Joker. Thankfully, these guys aren't so bad. It's kind of funny how the swamp has so far been worse than this area by a good margin, but I'm sure that's going to change as soon as I said that. Oh, good, a checkpoint. Do we have enough to get a level? We have enough to get 2, actually, so we should go spend that before I lose it. Oh, and Memento Universe. And now that we go into a new area, we might have new dialogue as well. was wrestling with the phone because it decided every letter next to the one I was pressing is the one it needed to use. We'll go left to right. We'll talk to the old man first, see if he's got anything new in the shop, and then we'll go across everybody, make sure nobody has anything new because we went to a new place. Looking like plot things will need to happen though before they have anything new for us. Now that we're back to traveling again, we could start working up the Blunder Blade. Since I don't know how long it'll be before we get a prototype blueprint, but we should have the money to buy enough stones to be able to do something with that. So there we go. The Blunder Blade is now as strong as our whip. It actually does more immediate physical damage. Despite it having lower scaling, its raw is higher. So it kind of balances out. And it makes sense that it does more damage because of the fact that it's got shorter reach as well. Considering its reach is this, whereas the whip's reach is this. So if I have something I know I'm gonna have to get close to, I can use the blade to rip through it a bit quicker.
Oh, how I wish to have another's arms around me once more. Our bodies as one with the music.
You've talked about this before, and you still have nothing useful to do here.
I am gratified to lay my eyes.
You still have nothing useful either.
Strange.
I did not mean to click that because we already talked about that before. It looks like nobody has anything for me here. Very good. Glad you're all so helpful. It's interesting what order these are in, now that I look at it again. The Coven's Mound as well is what the marshlands are in, apparently. Which I guess makes sense that there's so many... Oh, wait, no, that's just the checkpoint partway through it. Okay. Of course, everybody wants to talk to me while I'm doing things. And of course, I do not ignore. Much as sometimes maybe I should. Good old double-edged sword of being constantly available. I don't think there was anybody... Oh wait, yeah, there was this guy in this room, but there wasn't anybody in the other room before either. I don't think you've got anything new to say, do you?
Once more. To what do I owe the pleasure?
Yeah, he has nothing new to say. Okay, that takes care of everybody. So, back to the gates of the city of Erlen, and we'll see what happens here. Oh, this guy's here.
A prudent moment. Power. My vengeance grows near. I can almost taste it. Take heed. You must be cautious in your pursuit of such power. Do you know its strength? It is a strength that belongs to me, all my own.
When you say it belongs to you, do you mean that in terms of it's a strength that's intrinsic to you? Or do you mean you feel it's your property? Because that's two very different things.
I am the definition of such might. My heart is lightened, a receiver of a great gift, a precious one.
Let me help you.
No. It is my time. My turn. My power to manipulate as I wish.
Let me help you.
No.
Yep, he's convinced he's gonna go it alone, which in the shape he's in probably ain't gonna end well for him. But you know what? Some people can't be helped if they don't want to be helped. Slithering worm, huh? I presume it originates from that thing. Ooh, okay. I can combo the slash and blast. Yeah, you know, I'm pretty glad I grabbed this weapon, even though it's not the ideal stat weapon for us. This works pretty well. For those wondering what I mean when I say that, it's dexterity and instinct, but the dexterity scaling is kind of eh. Wait. Weapon requirements say 16 instinct, but we only have 10, and I'm apparently able to use it just fine. So I guess we're outweighing the fact that we don't have enough instinct by having plenty of dexterity. But maybe it'll be stronger if we had 16 instinct then. So maybe we should pivot into leveling that for a little bit just to make this work better. And instinct does scale the throwables and such that I have used occasionally anyway. So it can't hurt. Oh, you just jump right in attacking, huh? I respect. Well, that's... Oh. Is this the same one? Okay, this is upsetting. Yeah, it is the same one. Okay. And he's gonna kill me just because he has stupid reach. Yeah, Ornate Swordsman's definitely an accurate descriptor for him. Definitely means next time one of those shows up, it's back to the whip, as the whip outranges him. There we go. We may want to look into raising our vitality sooner than I thought, though, because we're doing good damage to them, but they're all getting good hits on us, too. Which is leading to a real health problem. It would help a lot if I had figured out their attack timing, which I'm getting there. I also need to remember that I can do the parry thing. I keep thinking that's off the same meter as our magic, so I end up not using it because I'd rather use my magic. And I'm glad this game has lots of inputs, but it's also easy to forget some of the inputs because there's a bunch of inputs. I like having options. But even I acknowledge that invariably some options end up getting left by the wayside because there's either too many options or there's options that are superior to others. Okay. That's what I was trying to figure out is, can I grab this chain? Well, grab the chain or walk on the chain, what have you. So that's the gimmick for this area, I guess, is crossing all these chains and things. That's the shortcut back to the checkpoint, which allows us to restore our stuff. Now the question becomes, what can we get away with doing around here and not expect death for doing it? That is the question. Which the honest answer is I think we should expect death from any move I make at this point of the game. But that's not the point. I am upset. I understand how we ended up down here, but I am unhappy. It is nice to be able to use all these bullets we have. Especially since the game gave us multiple ammo extensions after the last section we did. Okay, I just need to make sure to walk a little further to the edge before I make that jump over here this time. Or was it the rope that I fell off of? Either way, I fell off something because I moved too early. And we've avoided it since we killed that guy. Oh, it's you again. You gonna talk to me this time?
You are an unwelcome shadow.
I mean, I'm not exactly following you. I just happen to be going the same direction you are. I don't know if you can count that as following.
The forbidden power overwhelms by its own unique means. One that can never be relinquished by the person, no matter their will. You do not have the right to carry such a burden.
I also didn't ask for the burden.
Who has that right?
No one.
Well, then tell whoever keeps handing it out to people to stop doing it. So I would presume she is like us, and that is why she has her face covered, much like we do, and she also is a real grumpy sort, much like we are. Something big's clattering around here. Well, you aren't what made the noise. Magnetic bombs. Interesting that those didn't show a health bar. Nor did they show a name when they died. Unlike the other ones. Weird. I hate it here already. Nova Astronomy Note 1. To see beyond the truth, reality must be discarded and shadow embraced. 2 small windows into that truth must be sought. Breaking your stuff. You are not hostile.
The maskless one approaches. Come, let me take a good look at you.
Okay, so first question, how many of those are masks and how many of those are people's heads?
I sense hesitation in you. My appearance disturbs you.
I wouldn't say disturbs more than confused. So I'm still trying to figure out which one's your head as well. I would be inclined to assume the one in the middle behind your hands. The one that's looking at the hands. But it might also be the one under it. It's definitely not the ones that are facing the opposite direction, because that'd be wild. The one that's hanging down might be their head? They might not have a head.
I've seen horrors greater than what is before me.
That too. Did you ever see the guy with the big blade arm? He was weird.
That I understand, for it has grown dark around these parts. The joy slowly ebbs away. There was a time when we would dance, frolic together in harmony. But for some, that joy would never be enough. Their pursuit of perfection and immortality snuffed out what we already held dear.
You know, I do know somebody else who wants to dance. I could probably set you up. You could have a great time. Just, you know, don't take her head. She probably needs it.
We danced through days and nights, through purple flowers. A delicate yet hardy construction, stone and wood dependent on them. A comforting crib on which to rest your head.
I mean, you're just describing a bed at that point. I'm not sure how to feel about what you're implying here, madam.
What is this place?
That's a much more concrete question there, Eric. Thank you.
A ruin. Twisted and mangled into a writhing beast. The grotesque beast of corruption.
Huh. Okay. Fair statement, but also confusing.
But beauty dwelt here once.
Presumably, at least some people's thought of beauty.
Indeed. I remember it more vividly than ever. And the dancing. The masked balls I organized were legendary.
Then why does nobody remember them?
Would you perhaps consider another?
To whom am I favoring?
Huh.
The Lady Annika. She desires to dance once more.
See, he was on the same page I was.
I believe she would require a grand venue. One where the beauty of the dance will appear on all walls. A unique place where even one dancer would make a room seem filled.
Thank you for the resub, Magus. Hope you're doing well today.
I believe she would require...
So we need to find a place that would be suitable for the two of them to do their thing. Makes sense? And the way she replied to that makes it sound like she's heard of Annika before. So that's a whole other thing to unpack. Because maybe my gut instinct that she was some kind of thief or assassin may be wrong, though a well-known dancer would also make a very good assassin. Because they'd have a perfect public cover at all times. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being too suspicious, but let's be real. I have reason to be suspicious of anything and everything in a world like this. Because not everyone's trying to openly slash my head off. I'm sure there's plenty that are more than happy to stick the knife in my back instead. We'll get to you in a second. First, I'm taking this. Okay, more of those.
Enter. We will not harm you.
So you're possessed. Good for you.
You should not be here alone.
That too.
I lead a solitary life. We are quite content.
Though I will tell you, Eric, I'm pretty confident she's not alone. She may be one solitary physical being, but I'm pretty sure there's more than one existence here in front of us.
You are not content. You have concocted a plan, but you aren't sure of it. It requires modification.
You are reading me way too well right here, kid, and I'm not a fan of it.
We all change. From young to old, day to day, year to year, past to present.
That's true.
But change is preferable to being lost, is it not? You are not lost.
That's where you're wrong. I'm definitely a little bit lost right now.
What have you lost?
My beloved toys and games. It has been a long while since I've experienced joy from them.
Where?
That
that is where I require assistance. I do not have an inkling. Will you help?
So you want me to find you toys? I can do that. I don't think I've found any such things so far. Wait, when did I get this? Amongst the unsightly ruins of Erlem, a beauty remains. Pale purple flowers whose roots intertwine with the foundations of the city. A common symbol of respect and death for those who remain. Deeper into the foundations of Erlem, below the water well, it is said in human whispers ripple. Whispers of a person or a creature? No one knows. I assume the mask maiden gave us this, since I didn't see it get picked up at any point. Or I just quickly picked it up and then just did not process picking it up, which would not be the first time, I admit. I freely admit scooping many a thing into my pocket and not considering the fact that I did so. Especially when I'm on the go. But I don't have anything I would consider likely to be a toy, even for a spooky possessed child. So we'll be on our way for now. I would consider it a decent potential that the toy she seeks would be here somewhere, considering presumably she originally lived here. Not, like, here specifically where I'm standing, but somewhere in Erlem. But that still begs the question of where. But I suppose it's something we can find on our own in time, really. Hi. You have a blender blade, too. And you're hostile, huh? Oh, you are a night hunter. I assume you're one of those people that would have the grapple we found. Ooh, I want that spell. I now have a reason to kill you. I didn't really have a reason to kill you other than you're trying to kill me. But you've now given me a reason. So I will pry the knowledge of that spell from your corpse. Ooh, you know a lot of spells. Also, you have the same stigma I do. So you can counter my attacks, which makes sense because we stole it off the corpse of one of your friends. I went running at them, prepared to blast them, and then realized I didn't have any magic left to do that with. Ooh, they were smart enough to jump up with that, okay. Yeah. That's gonna be a tough one to win because they're fast. I think I want last real checkpoint, no? Because our last real checkpoint was pretty close. And I don't remember where that temporary one was. I may come to regret this decision, and I freely acknowledge that. But I've made many a decision I would come to regret. So, you know, that's a thing. As it stands, though, it's very unfortunate that we happened across a very nasty fight with 10k Icrux in our pockets. Because unless it happens to be at the doorway, which it might be, considering where we died, we may very well get lucky on that. But I still am concerned. Which, for those wondering, that's why I rushed to the right as I was about to die. I was pretty confident we were SOL on that one at that point. So I ran to the right to make sure we'd have the best chance possible of reaching our stuff from the side. Guess who blinked right when he walked through that doorway? On the bright side, the temporary checkpoint's right here. On the downside, I'm pretty sure that 10,000's gone now. So literally that's all it took, by the way, for me to walk through that and fall, was just to blink. And yeah, here's where the fight is, so our stuff is just gone. That's upsetting. I feel like I'm doing more damage to them this time, though. Or is it just because I'm actually getting more hits in on them? Yeep. Oh, you bitch. I keep using that one. That one's easy to dodge. Yeah, I knew you were gonna jump, mate. Oh, you can heal too? Oh, you shitter. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be upset that they can heal, considering they're basically me. But I don't have to be happy that they have that advantage. What? You countered right out of that? Come on. Ha! My turn. This definitely feels like a fight that's a matter of, if you haven't learned how to counter yet, you better. Fooled you. I still have another spell. And now you're slow. I'm so mad. Because we won that in 2 tries, but we lost all that money because we fell in a goddamn pit. Dapieta. These newly designed hardy weapons are used as a last resort in the lands of Iligarth. The desolation of these areas meant that firearms technology had to develop quickly through starborn innovation. An extra barrel was added to ensure the wielder always had a second shot, but it soon became practice to fire both at once for a single lethal volley. You know, that makes sense. I suppose at least we got half our money back, but we could have had 17,000 instead of 5,000 if I just didn't walk right off a cliff. Because I wasn't paying attention. I feel better now, having thrown a chair. All of mirrors. Weren't we told something about mirrors? I think Annabelle said something about mirrors. Also, what is happening with Discord? What? Who? What? Where? Now. Nothing I need to worry about right now. This is considered heavy ranged. I'm also getting a negative from the fact that our instinct is not very high. So I won't be using this probably, but it's interesting that it's just straight up is double damage because it's both barrels. Another has succumbed to the volition of the Nightcrux and struggles to find peace in their heart. The one who is still mourned for needs to be found. Vanity was lost on the creator of this shard, now a necessity. The traveler that discovers such a treasure shall see as the forger did, and travel as such, whispers of a vengeful entity hidden deep below. The force they detected, it curses and disturbs the naked eye. The rooms of their haunt a maze of glass. Well, that's disturbing. A spot where we'd have to do something. Ooh, it's a key item. Ah, so I presume we're reassembling a mirror then. Okay. Lots of statues and lots of mirrors. Well, I think I found the mirror that I'm going to be working on fixing. It's broken. There's 4 shards missing. Is that 4 shards counting the one I've got? Or 4 shards past the one I've got? Not falling for that one again. Ow. Revenge! I'm gonna climb to the top before using the doors this time. Only one of those doors has been open so far, so perhaps I should have... Yeah, I should have just went in each of the doors on the way up, because the rest aren't gonna be open. Every time I'm like, I'll start from the top this time, it ends up being a waste of my time. I already don't like it in here. I see. The mirrors act as teleporters. But are they teleporting me to a different part of the same place? Or am I in some kind of mirror world now? Oh god! Get off me, you freak. Slithering monstrosity is pretty accurate, I'd say. And something's making a lot of fire over there, and I don't appreciate that in the same way I would normally. And that's why. That looks dangerous. Oh, it's the mirrors. It's reflecting off the mirrors. Okay, you know what? That much at least is neat. I really, really dislike these worms. Like, I already didn't like them on principle. Now the fact that they contact damage you to death, I don't appreciate. Can't even reach them from down here with the throwing blades. I might be able to reach this one, though. Yeah, there we go. That solves that problem. Okay, I do have room to stand. You didn't miss much in that hour, particularly. We beat up one other hunter that was running around. Got a double-barreled gun. I just felt like it. Figure it's a similar era to the aesthetic here, and we are doing a lot of searching and learning, so it works. God damn, you have such a long jump. Fucking worms. Yeah, it's Friday, so I always start early. Just clearing them all out. Can't reach that, so sadness is mine. I figured that was gonna be another mirror shard. Yeah. So I guess we'll have to come back here later on to get that. And all the doors here are locked, so coming in here was... Well, I was gonna say mildly pointless, and then I realized this is actually a different area over here. Hmm. No, 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 no. None of that throwing stuff everywhere thing. No, sir. No. Ow. Ah, that opens that door over there. Okay. That being the one at the very beginning of this whole path. Yes, of course it is. And that's how I get this. Which is another timed heal. Which I probably should put back in my bar now that we're getting a lot of those. Start putting those to use. Save the instant heals for when I actually need them. It's just as well that most of these things aren't going to respawn, but I do wonder... Yep, the laser's still there. Let's go this way first, then. The Blessed Teacup. The ancient art of tea leaves was one most beloved by the Daughters of the Night Tide. They used the cups to masterfully repel dark forces from entering or influencing their ranks. Now a lost relic, many seek to use its power to protect themselves. Storm Chaser Mace Whip. A ferocious spiked mace that rips into flesh and delivers a shock of electricity. Its technology rediscovered from reports of the First Federation War. The markings of this particular weapon suggest it was a gift to the Starborn by the discoverer of Nova Solaris and prevalent scientist Nikolai Barsov. Barsov being the one who made all the other electrical things we've seen, so that would make sense. It's a strength and instinct weapon, though. Sad. Completely useless to us. Technically does more physical damage still at the moment. Until you account for the fact that we get plus 20 because of the scaling. And this loses 14. It does have 12 electric damage, though. So it's 95 physical and 10 electric. So it's 105 versus 109. I didn't have anybody lined up for today, so I just kept this going. If I had a plan already, I would have, of course, done a multiplayer thing. But no sense in doing multiplayer thing without multiple players. The last few of them ended up being me doing something by myself anyway, so... no sense in pushing for that if there's not anything available. And this is certainly not the first time I've ended up not doing something like that on a Friday at this point. I really should take that off the schedule because it very frequently doesn't end up working out that way. Having a hard set day for that really has not been the best of plans. Now, there's plenty of things I could play that are multiplayer, just none that are currently in my interest line that I have a good amount of people lined up that I think would actually be interested right now. It's not that there is no options, just no viable options. Just to mildly amend that statement so it makes a little more sense. Which I should go ahead and restore this too, because I don't know what I'm getting into in here still. Not entirely. Another mirror shard. The thing is, people are not hard to find. People I want to deal with that are interested in the same thing. That's hard to find. There's people aplenty. Just very few that share everything in the right lineup, more or less. Oh, we're actually back. So this wasn't a different area. This was just a different section of the same building. Okay. I wasn't sure if they had, like, sectioned off an area for a weird, like, pocket mirror dimension. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to bite anybody's head off, nor do I want my head bitten off. I guess we'll put the mirror shard in this one and work our way down the line. And to put it bluntly, I do want to capitalize on the fact that this is new. Yeah, it's a pity that they lead to such awful things, but the mirrors themselves are cool. Forbidden Bomb, Dark Tears Powder, Dreamcatcher, Pastilles. No. Bad. Not great, but it is useful. And we're finding a lot of them now, so buying the one I did buy was completely pointless. Which is not really a shock. Yep, I figured this was going to be another ambush room. That's why I climbed up here at the start of it. That's the thing, is a lot of the time they're not that bad. That one stood out, because everything else in that shop was a pretty reasonable price. Just the bomb was, like, crazy. God, you have too much jump range. Oh, Jesus Christ. Could you not? I am starting to be upset with this area. The problem is a lot of those big guys drop worms when they die. But since you're busy fighting 8 other things, you get just chewed to pieces by the worms because they do contact damage. That I think is the only really poorly thought out thing they've done with this game so far, is those worms at all. Those worms are poorly thought out. It's already a really nasty combination of things in here to begin with, between the grabbers and this shit. Yep. For those wondering, I was mashing the heal button, but by the time I stood up, we died to the damage over time from that. This room over here sucks. I have not run into that many things in this game that I'm genuinely annoyed with, but this, I'm annoyed with this. Because this room's kind of stupid. I feel like this is just overkill. Thankfully, I have something for that. It is this one. Or, at the very least, something that might work for that. Or, you know, I'm just gonna lose almost all my health immediately. There we go. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, and then two of these guys? Come on now. This is not okay. Look how much of the room he covers with that attack. That is not okay. I hate the worms so much. Like, they found it. They found the one thing they could piss me off with in this game. And it's the same thing I always talk about. Contact damage. Why does something have to do contact damage? Why? Oh, and the tentacles respawn. Good, good, I'm glad. Oh, boy. Remember that thing I was talking about right as I was ending yesterday? Where I was worried that there was going to be a thing that was going to be like just excessively annoying compared to the rest of everything? Yeah, I think we found it. I think we found the thing that's annoying. This whole area. Like, they're out of reach from anything useful either, so you gotta walk into this whole mess to fight them. And then this shit is just upsetting. Like, they're not bad if you can get close to them, but that spell is just kinda horseshit. Not a fan. But at least once we're through this, I presume we won't have to deal with that anymore, so it'll be fine. That opens that door, as well as the door next to us. Which gets us up to this jerk, so I can get rid of him without it being a problem. Like, I don't think I'd mind the spellcasters and things so much if I wasn't already aggravated with the fact that I keep honestly dying cheap deaths to the worms. Like, they're setting me off, and then everything else is adding on to it. Ooh, we did actually get a prototype blueprint. The plans for a series of Federal-era weapons. The inscriptions are concealed in several places. The language in which they are written incomprehensible to most. So we can upgrade our primary whip, then. Member of the Vanguard Order's letter. A single stigma with the power for the power of the saints. 2 to sever the line between God and man. Those who bask in light must be found so the true power within can be unleashed. Okay. That's certainly a thing. So, fuck these chairs. Screw your interior design. So we just need to get back over here and then go back down to the checkpoint so we can spend the near 20,000 we've got before something else bad happens to me. It's like, I was mildly annoyed when I fell off a cliff, but that was my own fault. So I can't be mad at the game for me losing the 10,000 there. I can be annoyed at a bunch of contact damage worms being spawned at my feet every time I get rid of one of those crawlers. Especially in a game where you basically don't get any invincibility leeway when you get hit. And it feels sometimes. Like that's a questionable situation. Let's go get our whip upgraded. And then I might see about raising our instinct to make the... Wait. Oh, so I give him the prototype blueprint and then I guess we gain access to those?
Oh, a rare find, that one. Gives you all the power you need.
Okay. Hey there, Tiny. How you doing today? Welcome to me being harassed by worms and wishing to annihilate that concept's existence. Let's see if this uses up the prototype blueprint. It does not. Okay. So that's nice. That's just a like a tier threshold you need to reach, basically. Yeah. Even... Oh! That's what the Demi-Shade ore is for. Elemental weapons. Okay. Since this has electricity on it, that's what makes it need Demi-Shade instead of Moon Silver. So we could actually fairly freely upgrade this to make it still productive even though the stats are wrong for it. But I don't think I will still either way. I think it'd be more productive for us to raise my stats at this stage of things. I just wanted to upgrade the whip because the whip's been our primary weapon. Oh, she wants... Right, she did say she was looking for things like that. Here you go.
Curse bearer, you've released me from the grip of these hallowed orms. Allow me to share my compassion with thee in turn. For years, I've kept guard over this key and the power that lies behind its lock. The capacity to reveal the mysteries of this place. Find it and wield it.
Is the whole situation is she couldn't leave here because nowhere else was safe. Now that she has this magic teacup, she's protected in theory, so she's able to travel again. The restricted key, an intricate key designed to unlock the most concealed secrets, secrets that have not been spoken in a generation, almost forgotten by those who now reside in Knoxneville Manor. Well, that's interesting. So I could either raise my instinct, which makes a Blunder Blade significantly stronger. It also raises our fate, which instinct tells me that that's probably pertinent to drop rate in some way, a shape and or form, which could be helpful to us. It also raises our electric resistance, which we kind of need because our electric resistance is sad. But this raises our frost resistance, which is also sad. I don't know. I see a case for running up a relatively balanced build in this game, as opposed to some of these where focusing seems more important. The other option is I just continue to focus my mind up more, leaning into the fact that the whip's been our main weapon. And we are getting pummeled with dark damage a lot right now, which is still killing us, I would like to point out. We are getting more significant growth out of raising mind. Than we are out of our instinct growth. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep leaning into our primary. I was entertaining the idea of raising our instinct for the purposes of making the blade better, but the blade's doing just fine as it is. And when we raise our dexterity, it will also bring the blade up a little bit more anyway. The other thing is, now that we're at 30, I could always step back into raising this, much like I raised our vitality after the fact before, and just continue to forego strength. Or I just don't forego any stat at all, and I do actually raise the strength as well. I assume the key's for up there, so we're not going to be able to make use of it quite yet. Considering I can't make that jump.
I am gratified.
You don't have anything to say. We did find the masked maiden that I told about you. Aha!
I have found someone who will grant your wish near the city of Erlem. A masked ball in your honor.
Eric, I never thought I would dance again. Your candor and determination have made my dreams come true.
I mean, it was more a happy accident. I wasn't exactly determined to make this happen. I just happened to find a creepy mask lady who said she'll throw a party for you. I also was not rewarded for this, so I'm very disappointed. But maybe the party has to actually happen before I get rewarded. Which would make sense. I don't have to be happy that it makes sense, but it does make sense. Do you have anything new? No. Because you're still selling the same things you were before. The unlimited healing items are important, but not what I need right now. So now with a bit more power back into Nightmareville over here. Yeah, that raised our attack fairly significantly between the upgrade and then the stat increase. I don't think we have enough shards yet. Since it still says 4, that means we need a total of 4 then. And we currently have... Where are they? We have 3. We're missing 1. Which means we need to go through the last of the mirrors over here. Not over here. I'm glad I was paying attention that time and didn't just pitch myself off a ledge again. Because they really put those pits real close to some of the entryways. Just to make sure you're paying attention. Look how much health we lost just walking near one of those worms, though. Just look at that. That's why I don't like them. That's just not okay. I admit our health's not the best. We absolutely could have more vitality and thus more health, but still, ugh. That's a lot just for happening to walk near something. Which is, of course, why this place is infested with them. I was gonna say, why is there already a dead enemy in here? I didn't kill that. How did it die? The world may never know. Much like I don't know what the point to this room was. I don't like it. No, sir, I don't like it. Something about this doesn't add up. Why is there a room just with one enemy in it? A corpse. And nothing. That is highly suspicious. It's possible I jumped the gun and maybe that was a weird friendly enemy, but I doubt that. I've also not seen whether I can attack NPCs in this game. I did not want to find out. There's monsters in the mirrors. I don't know if that was happening before. I assume it was. And I just didn't notice till now. Because I've been preoccupied with not dying. This is another room with just a monster in it and nothing else. Wait a minute. The reflection's gone. You have to kill them in order. So that guy needed to die. Now the one in the other room, the one that I just killed before this guy, needs to die. And then the one on the right needs to go. The one on the right being presumably in this room over here, probably. Or something along them lines. So did he respawn, or do I have to do this again? He did respawn. Now, if I'm right, we'll go back up there and that reflection will be gone. To prove my point before we worry about anything else. Ta-da! 2 out of 3 mirrors are blank. Now we just need to deal with this one. And this is the only room left. Ta-da! Get off of me! Get off my dinghy. And we heard a door click when that died, so... Puzzle complete? Question mark? Yep, there's the door. I put 2 and 2 together. Yay! Oh, and I'm getting punished for it. Neat trick. I can do that too. That's what you get. Okay, ripping his head off after, that was a little excessive. Oh, God. Oh. Oh. So, fun fact, you can't break out of that one like you can do with the other one. I'm really starting to worry about how the rest of the game's gonna be. Really starting to worry. So I was so happy with this up until this area. So now I'm worried. There's been a lot of shenanigans between the swamp and this area. And not the fun kind of shenanigans. You know, none of these were cute shenanigans. These were very upsetting shenanigans. But I'm not willing to be like, this is going to definitely be a problem yet. Because of the fact that many games have a problematic area and then they become fine again. Oh, and you're invincible while you're doing that, huh? Good for you. Fuck you. Now that I know you do that, you're not a problem. Strange presence. Yeah, that checks out. And there's the last mirror shard. And the only other door in the area. The door out. Okay. I have some very significant concerns about what the boss fight for this area is going to be. I have a real feeling that it's going to be annoying. Fucking worms. Okay, so that's all the doorways in the tower area here. It's not really a tower, but you know what I mean. Aside from this door. The whole staircase is cleared. Let's go put our shards into the big mirror, since we have all the shards we need for that. After we touch the checkpoint. Very much after we touch the checkpoint. I could go spend the 6,000 I've got, and I probably should. but it's not enough to really do much with. We'd get a level, and I just can't be bothered at this point. Am I going to regret that? Probably. Am I going to think different? Nope. In we go. Dead people. Always a good sign. Closed doors. Also a good sign. Why are there puddles? I'm gonna get electrified, aren't I?
Thou art unworthy to be in the presence of such a holy place.
I would pay attention to what you're talking about, but I'm very distracted by Buzzsaw Arm over there. Okay, so you are connected with Laddick.
And serve his shadow. In the name of Genius, thou must not resist.
Well, joke's on you. I'm gonna resist, and you're gonna die. Igor and Lena. Oh boy. I mean, you kind of didn't give me a chance to, even if I wanted to be fair. You shot first and asked questions while shooting. And as much as I respect that, it's kind of a problem. Hope you didn't need that eyeball, buddy. Ah, that's why the... If you would jump up there, buddy, that'd be great. Ow. Yeah, I'm glad I got good fire resistance. No, you come here. Neat beam you got there. It's a good thing you missed. You know, it's been a fascinating thing where these double battles have actually been easier than the single fights. In a lot of cases so far. You know, it would be great if he didn't just throw himself off the ledge when I rolled away from her there. Because that one missed roll has thrown this whole thing into a problematic situation. You bastard, man. Okay, that just was a cheap shot. Come on. Don't mind me, just gonna heal on top of you there. Everything's fine. Now to get rid of the big guy. Except he lived with a magic pixel to upset me. Now I assume she's gonna get more aggressive. Oh, those were too close together and I read it wrong. That was going so well up until the moment where I just had one critical misread. I think that's the right move, though. Get rid of the big guy because his attacks cover more area than hers. Because we can just kind of stand behind her in some of her moves and just pummel. Though, we can do the same thing for the big guy, too. And they're not overly tanky, which I think is the other reason why these double fights have ended up not being as bad, is they have lower health bars, even combined, I think, than the full-size enemies. For lack of a better way of putting it at the moment. I'm just currently trying to decide if I want to try to use any of my powders or anything. Because in theory, using a fire powder might make the electric guy go down quicker, because that might be the trick, is like, she might be weak to electric while he's weak to fire. They're weak to each other, basically. The other option is either ice or dark might be the better choice. which I do have quite a bit of dark, and neither of them are using that. But there's been a lot of dark in the area. I'm gonna try to logic that in first. See if that works. I don't think this logic is that sound, but I may as well give it a shot. It's the one I have the most of, so there's no real loss if I lose it. That's doing decent, and it does put that damage over time on them pretty quick. This is the worst part about this fight, is the fact that sometimes he just randomly doesn't jump at full height. Is like, you'll notice I jumped and weirdly bounced off the wall over there and got knocked back down. I don't know what happened there. And that fight sounds a little loud. Is it too loud for you guys, or is it alright? Because I did raise the volume from last time because I noticed it was too low. And I mentioned this earlier, but I don't know if anybody heard me or had anything to work off of yet. So let me know if there's any major issues there. Okay, that's what I wanted, is I noticed it was way too low by comparison before. Also, dark damage definitely didn't add much against her. I don't remember how much it was doing against him, because shit kind of went sideways too quick. Use this to get iframes past her attacks. There we go, got up there this time. She's doing a better job of attacking me this time, which is annoying. And I think it's because I pursued her too quickly across this time. Why are they being so much smarter this time? We had such an easy time the first go around. I mean, I know I'm answering my own question with that statement, but still. I'm getting stuck again. Why won't you grab the ledge, you moron? These ledges are kind of bad. Let me get away from that sound so I can explain what I'm thinking with that. The problem with those ledges is sometimes I get stuck trying to jump up through them, because the first round, we jumped up through them. Ever since then, I bounce off of them, like they're solid suddenly. So that inconsistency is fucking with me. And when I try to go around them and jump up, I can't seem to ledge grab them for some reason. Which is another thing that's kind of weirding me out. But it's a problem because you have to act quickly off that attack or you just eat a lot of stupid damage. And darkness didn't work. I don't know what this cursed blood will even do, but we can try. I assume it's just like bleed buildup or something, but we can try it. That seems to be doing less damage. Eric, please don't pull a Dennis on me right now. I need you listening to directions. Oh my god, her attacks just happen to be timed just right this time to be such a problem for everything I'm trying to do. It's the same thing I've pointed out on numerous other occasions, where I start just trying to rush just that little bit too much because of having to repeat a fight. And these platforms are just small enough that trying to roll is a waste of your time. Why did this turn so bad suddenly? That fight was so close to being completely fair and fine the first time around, and now they're... I don't know if they're just pissed and acting worse now, or if I'm being stupid now. I genuinely can't tell. Let's try fire, see if we can push through the electric guy with that like I was thinking originally. It certainly won't work against the archer, but by the time we're through him, it'll wear off anyway. No, that's doing less damage too, I think. Or at the very least, it's doing about the same damage as the blood, which really doesn't help anything. I hate these platforms. These platforms are basically the entire problem with this fight right now. Like, she's here to be a nuisance. Oh. I noticed a thing, but it was too late to do anything with it. There was a prompt on one of the exploding arrows when I was near it. I think there's something I can do with those. Like either throw them back at her or something like that. When their attacks sync up, this gets so much easier. Because you're not getting clipped by one dodging the other or any of that nonsense anymore. Okay, he's down. Platforms were actually really well timed in my favor that time. She shoots so many more arrows, though. It's very hard to... Oh, come on. You're doing that at ground level now? That seems kind of bad. Yep. I might be better off killing her first. Because she starts getting so spammy. Maybe. No. The problem is we have so many spells that are the worst elements for dealing with what we're dealing with here. Is hitting them with their own element just seems like it won't do a damn thing. And so far, the only element that seems to have helped was when I used darkness, so we'll use darkness on our weapon. The only reason I'm not thinking of keeping the corrupted star around is the only way that'll do anything beneficial particularly is when she's up on the ledges, and if she's up on the ledges, I need to be up there too, because otherwise I'm gonna get zapped to death. So, it's a problem. So let's try pursuing her this time. Because her health bar is not that long. I can rush her down. I'm just more scared of avoiding his attacks while doing that. Ah. I'm annoyed because that was the game screwing me on that one. Because I hit the button, but the input didn't take because I was still moving, I think. There we go. So I can't bait her to do the laser because she still does it even when I'm next to her. Like, part of me's thinking I should actually bring them both low on health at the same time. Yay for stun lock! Couldn't do anything. It's genuinely bothering me that this fight started off feeling like it was fair, and every round afterwards, something stupid's happened every time. And unfortunately, the door for this is not where the actual doorway is, so I can't grab my stuff and go buy healing, because we are running out of healing. But I will, because it is actually pounding at my ears a tiny little bit, I'm gonna make just I'm gonna make a middle adjustment. Because when they really start going, it is starting to get a little harsh on my ears. So I made just a 10% adjustment in the mixer instead of in-game. Since the in-game one is very step by step, there's no middle grounds between each step. So just taking the edge off by just a little bit might help. And the only reason I'm even that worried about keeping it reasonably high is the fact that the voices are so low in this game and they don't have a separate slider. Oh yeah, and this right here is another reason I'm annoyed with the worms, by the way, is they don't even give you any money. They literally are here just to be annoying. There is zero benefit to their existence. They are just here to upset you. But I'm walking around trying to kill things so that I can get a little bit of money to buy more healing items since we are running low. Because that's otherwise going to make every subsequent attempt just worse for us. For fuck's sake. Like, it doesn't help that everything in this area also hurts a lot. So we're not really gonna run at a deficit running around in here trying to get money, but we're not really gonna make as much of a healing profit as I would like. But the problem is a lot of the enemies in the other areas really aren't gonna be worth enough money to be that much better. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation with that. But at 50 each, we'll be able to buy a handful. Off of what we've already gotten. Yeah, that's enough for a couple of attempts. Specifically 3 attempts if I use all of them every time. The other option is I try going up here now instead of continuing in Erlem. But we're also, like, basically done here, and like I said, that fight's not that bad. I'm just apparently becoming dumber every time. And it's driving me a little crazy because of it. It's also... This is another thing I need to point out. It slightly confuses me that they go in area order of where we've been from bottom to top instead of top to bottom. It's like, this is the first area down here at the bottom of the list, and then it goes up from there. It makes sense in terms of being able to get to them quickly, because, you know, you got your hub area, and then the whatever areas you're currently dealing with are more than likely going to be the ones up here at the top. But it just, from a logical perspective, fucks with my brain every time. Was debating whether there would be any merit to trying to grind anything out. And the thing is, with the way the fight's going, I feel like we're at the right place for this fight. I'm just doing just enough wrong that it keeps going sideways. It's definitely not a fight with a ton of leeway, especially not with our stat line. Which is my own fault. I'm not even gonna mince words on that one. The fact that we are fragile is my own fault. I mean, that's gonna really depend on mentorship for what? I did an experiment and it's not paying off. Forgot I can't pause. God damn it. I always realize just a split second too late that I can throw those back or something. Still not really sure what I do with her exploding arrows. God damn it. There's like no room to heal in this fight, I think is the biggest problem. And yeah, I don't know if any of those mentors would really be meaningful. Is part of the problem with that is I don't really think there's that many like concrete, yes, this is the answers for those situations, and that's why a lot of those end up being sketchy. It's just because it worked for one person doesn't mean it'll work for you. That's where all of those kind of turn a bit crapshoot to my eyes. Ah, that is exactly what I can do with those. If I happen to be in the right spot, I can grab them and throw them at him. It didn't do a lot of damage, so not really, because it might bait me into a bad position trying to use it instead. But it does help. Because I was already able to stun him just by doing regular damage. So it's not like I gained that by throwing the bomb at him. And it cost me a lot of lives trying to figure that out. And you'll notice trying to get to it just means more often than not it blows up in my face. So it's very much a opportunity move, not a actually game-changing move. Game, please do what I'm telling you. Stop just repeating that. Why won't he? What the fuck is happening here? God damn it. So, guess what didn't work suddenly? I tried to do the whip special move, and even though we had meter, it didn't do it. That threw me off enough that that whole fight fell apart from there because I did the input 5 times and all it did was do the regular attack. That just completely broke my brain for a second, so the whole fight flew out the window. You see, it works fine now. Why didn't it work in the fight? Why did it suddenly just stop working? I am confused. Like, I had such a clean fight going there, and that just completely derailed me. Because it's been a very useful move to use against them. So obviously, yeah, I was gonna reach for it again, and it just didn't work for some reason. And there it goes, not working again. Like, it's being super fiddly today. And I didn't have that much of a problem with it before that I can think of. God damn it, he guarded it that time. It's like they know that I know now. So they've moved the timing for it. Use him as iframes. And that's the other reason why I'm like, maybe killing him second is the better call, because he has those stun frames we can make use of. Oh, of course you went for that instead of the angled shot. Just use this as an opportunity to heal. There you go. There we go. Keeping their health bars a bit more even. And my jump input got eaten. Just both. Yeah, this latter phase of the fight with both of them alive really sucks. Down he goes. Oh, she switched straight into doing the extra shots, though. That doesn't matter, though. She loses. It's over. That still wasn't as bad as the Edward fight, though, I think. This was mostly just I kept making stupid mistakes, trying to learn things. And then that last round, like I said, the attack I wanted just didn't happen, so it threw me off again. Well, what's this? I guess this is why this fight was as rude as it was, though, is because this is important. Okay. We've released something by picking up that. That was an aggressive sound. Jesus. Why did both of those sound effects have to be like twice the volume of everything else? Heart of Nycrux. No servant of the church can evade the thirst, the desperate pursuit for more. Their promises were forged, secrets sealed, pulling their souls into a ceaseless hunt. Propulsion boots. Something or someone is watching over me, for these are most exquisite. I sense they have been well used by those who walk these lands. Yet this is the abandoned city. No splendors should remain, haunted by the memory of the one who deemed himself misunderstood. Talk is that he sought absolute knowledge and obtained it. Oh, it's an air dash. Huh. You know, I don't know why I didn't consider that an option. I really should have considered an air dash as a very likely option, actually, for this game. All things considered. This, I presume, extends like a bridge or something. Oh no, that's just the elevator. So I guess we use the air dash to cross back across there when we want to. Thunder Conjuration, a close combat weapon built by independent researchers. The Conjuration is highly unstable, an example of Institute Scientia's less solid workmanship. Originally crafted for the Ethereal Order in their research, it was spectacularly purloined by one of the abhorrent and loyal test subjects. Now, whoever chooses this weapon is a threat to both those they pursue and themselves, a technology that should not be used frivolously. So it kind of looks like a Joy Buzzer hand, but I'm guessing it's more than that. Yeah, it's more than that. I just drop a bolt of lightning down. Okay. Now this air dash, I feel like is going to be very helpful, but only some of the time. I feel like there's going to be an equal amount of times where this air dash is going to get me killed, as it is going to be helpful. But it does open up some options, I do believe. But first, let's spend this money before bad things happen. Because boy, oh boy, are bad things going to be likely to happen. Let's raise our stats, actually. We've got a very good amount in hand. I should spend it on raising our stats. Because this is a good opportunity to make a very big swing. Because I can just get 5 dexterity straight up, for example. Because that'll raise our whip's damage by 10 and our sword's damage by 8? Yeah, 8. Gets us a little bit more fire resist, which isn't the biggest of deals, but it's not a bad thing. The other option is for example, raise our health, but all that does is raise our health by 15. That's both good and not much simultaneously. We could raise our strength, which would get our frozen protection over 100 and our frost resist to 61. But all that would do is make the heavy whip better. Instinct does raise our... Ooh, actually, that's a very strong argument. Look how much raising our instinct is raising the power of our magic. That's actually a very good argument. I need to raise my instinct. I didn't even realize that instinct would apply to magic for some reason. That's probably why our magic hasn't been feeling quite as good as it could have been. Because I've basically been in a weird split with my stats where I've gotten part of what scales with magic, but not all of it. That would make it make a lot of sense. So we gained like 60 damage on the lightning and a bunch for the punch. I don't know how much we gained for anything else, but we've also got one of these things now, which I suspect is what Annabelle was talking about. Once we learn what these do, she would have something for us. So let's see if she has anything to say about that.
I trust you saw the atrocities the church harbor within their walls. A true reflection of evil.
She did say one of the things we needed to deal with was in a hall of mirrors, and we've dealt with that now. So apparently that didn't help at all. Why are healing injections more expensive now? Why'd you raise the price? Why you gotta be that way? It's like, oh hey, you've passed a milestone. Here, your healing is more expensive now. I don't know if that's because we raised our level, or because we've hit a threshold in the game. I could believe either, and I'm unhappy about both possibilities. We can buy Demishade, so I don't remember if we already were able to or not. There's a part of me that is still considering raising the stats on the whip, especially since we're raising our instinct now. The instinct scaling on it's admittedly the worst part of it, but it would still apply. It just wouldn't apply the best. We also don't have anything else that applies with Demishade. I'll put 1 point on it. Just because having an elemental weapon could be very nice. Yeah, this scales with instinct as a C. Yeah, that doubled the bonus we had, because we had, I think, +7 before, and then now 13. So I wonder. No, it wouldn't be scaling off of whichever's higher, because our instinct is definitely not our higher stat at this point. Just replying to a thing. Give me just 1 second. Okay. Yeah, I'm too curious. I have to try the whip at the very least. I'm not seeing a lot of whip. This is a lot of mace, not a lot of whip. Ah. Its focus move extends it. Okay, that's not terrible, but not the best either. That explains why it was mace dash heavy whip, though. That makes sense. And that also explains why it's primarily a strength weapon. So I think we'll stick with the Blunder Blade as our secondary, because it has come in handy. And now that we're raising instinct as well, it will be very beneficial to us. Let's see if anybody has moved in up here. I also noticed that the Lady Annika has disappeared. So she's presumably gone to meet the masked woman, which may lead to her death, and honestly, I don't feel that bad about it. Yeah, I found a kid somewhere, by the way, but you're not gonna help me. Okay. Since she was talking about children before, I thought maybe I could talk to her and she'd give me a toy for a child or something. I suppose that was expecting too much. Mark said something for us every time we've hit a milestone, so maybe he has something now. Nope. He does have something to say about the Vanguard Order, though.
This mysterious symbol, born by my pursuers in the palace. Do you know its meaning?
Indeed. Why? Do you not know its origin? I now bear witness to the curious emblem that brands you in blood. I heard that those who sought you out are poisoned by a deathly thirst, now servants of the ethereal order. They are devout to the place they once deemed the lair of their adversaries, the grandest and most sacred sector of Mithringal. I would be astonished if it is not an adversary you share with them.
I mean, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, but I feel like the enemy of any of my enemies here is still my enemy.
No one is certain, but I have heard that they linger in the place from whence the moonlight spawns, where the founding of the church order originated, a sacred sanctuary for the most esteemed and haunted believers. Despite its prominence, no soul has ventured there long since. Whispers of a disused passage now wrought with infection. Entry is prohibited by minds wiser than our own. Yet, it is said that such a passage leads to knowledge that may shed light on these atrocities that have plagued us.
I mean, forbidden places tend to be the places that have the most information. Especially information that no one else would have come across because it's forbidden. The two tend to go hand in hand. No matter how often said information is also very dangerous to get a hold of. Now, I do have one mild problem, and that is a pathing issue that's occurring to me. Gaining the air dash doesn't make anything immediately pop to mind as being reachable. Aside from some things over in the swamp we can now reach, but none of that's like progression reach, that's just items to get. But we may as well get it while I'm thinking of it. Because most of the places I've not been able to reach have been too high, not too far across. Unless it's a matter of I'm reading the areas wrong, which is possible. Of course, I'm not sure coming back here was in any way, shape, and or form a great way to make me feel any better right now, but you know. I already like this lightning bolt, though. Considering it hits the top of the screen and down from there. Lightning bolt. It is a little expensive, though. But for how powerful it is, I can accept that. Because it does a ton of damage and it also paralyzes. Hi. I'm here to take your thingy. I don't know what your thingy is, but I want it. This was not worth it. It's also worth noting that the air dash is the same as the roll. So if I roll into jumping off, I can't do it. This will get us the thing we saw in the pirate area, though, that I tried to shenanigan my way to before. So that's worth considering. It's also worth bearing in mind, as I said before, you can't roll when you're in the muck. It's very unfortunate. Makes getting past this clown fiesta down here upsetting. Why do those travel so damn far? I feel like that's the way you're meant to get up there, is by jumping and air dashing at the right height. That seems like the only way that that's possible. Again, within the bounds of our current capabilities. It may also be that this is just reliant on you getting yet another thing somewhere. Because that seems like he'd be able to reach it, but he's just, like, a pixel short still. I think there was something over here as well that we were almost able to jump to and then couldn't. I waited just a second too long trying to make sure I got the distance around them. I don't remember there being anything in Erlen proper that stood out as you can't reach this because it's too far. So presumably there would have to be something somewhere that we are meant to air dash to. I might have remembered something. I don't like the idea of what I remembered because I'm not sure we're going to reach that jump. I feel like that jump might kill me, but we're going to have to try it. Okay, the bombing is still happening, so that's a thing. Pushing back through here again, though, to get to the checkpoint again, will turn a hefty profit for us, so this is worth doing. Though it will be just as risky as it was the first time. That is without question. Yeah, because the checkpoint's right here, so that part at the very least wasn't that bad to get back to. Oh wait, this door wasn't open before, but it is now. Oh right, that's the door I opened, realized there was gonna be no point in going through it, and then turned around, right. We did walk through that door after opening it, but for some reason the game didn't register it as being open. But there was the... What's it? There was a pit that we had to acknowledge was too far to cross. Right here. Right underneath where we're at now. Kind of wild how some of these guys have still held up as far as surviving a hit goes. Like, these guys make sense to still be taking a decent amount of hits from me because we haven't actually done this area proper yet. Did the thing again where I pulled the wrong trigger. Oh, look at you with that spin punch. We never saw him do that before, I don't think. Yeah, the electricity buildup causing the paralysis on that lightning bolt, I think might be its biggest perk. And this is the jump I'm not sure we'll be able to make, but we'll have to try. Whee! Okay. What is this? Oh, it's setting me on fire by being near it. No. Not okay. One sec. turn around so I can cleanly jump across without getting shot out of the air. Wow, that took a lightning bolt a lot better than I thought it would. Putrid deformity? Yeah, that sounds about right for how that thing looks. Checks out, Captain. No questions here. So I take it we're in an area that's going to be focused on fire, though, considering the torchbearers and the statues that try to set you on fire when you're near them. Though there's those guys, too, which are a whole other issue. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on. Oh, you bitch. No. This is what you get. Okay. Now it's lesson time for you. There we go. We know what these guys do because we've dealt with them before. Though we clearly weren't supposed to be here when we did deal with them before, but that's neither here nor there. I feel like this is leading toward that cathedral that was mentioned. Between the iconography everywhere, the name of the area before it, the fact that this says Old Churchyard, and the graves everywhere all kind of come together on that thought. Yep, that looks like a church to me. Not a church I can get into right now, but it's a church. And we all know what churches mean. Holy spells. Hopefully. Oh, you bastards. I should have known when there was a grabbable wall there that was gonna be a death pit. But I'm like, yeah, it's probably just for getting back out of the hole, right? That's what that's for. Splat. I think I went the wrong way, didn't I? Right, because we went to the right to get to the awful puzzle death room. Thankfully, I know a solution to this problem. It's called jump off of here and dash to the side. But we clearly need to boogie through here, because otherwise we're gonna get set on fire. Oh, look, they've got blood bubbles. Isn't that great? Huh. Let's deal with this first, because we still have fire buildup from the previous area. You ever get the feeling that things are steadily getting more unpleasant? Because boy am I. Okay, that opens part of the big spooky door. Hellwinnel Villager's letter. Scientific progress has come at a fatal cost. Abominations withhold the humanity from those who have succumbed whilst draining it from those who remain. Hey, a breakable wall. What do you know? Hey, the Squeak. How you doing? Ooh, hexabarrel repeater. Employed by the protectors of Erlem, this firearm was thought to have been eternally lost. However, it was restored when it rose from the depths of the seabed. Its original bullets are designed to hook onto flesh, inflicting fatal wounds. It is an artifact seemingly far more advanced than those who would have wielded it. Neat. Hope all is well with you. Oh yeah, this is certainly a thing. And since we've raised our instinct, this is actually more usable than it was before. Hell yeah. Sounds like a good way to spend your day, and fantastic news to hear. I'm doing fine so far. Started off a little sluggish today, and things with the game didn't go the best at first, but we're through it now, we're making progress, and I'm getting into a better mood. So it all works out. Of course. When I see good work, I say, "Hey, what I see." You're welcome. There we go. Wait, forgot a thing. Give me that. They drop Hungry Essence too, huh? Interesting. They really seem to want me to keep using that stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's better that you don't stress over it, all things considered. It'd be... Obviously, if you really want to and you can somehow fit it in, that'd be great. I'm, of course, happy because it means you can be here, but... I also understand the want to still be able to do that as well. Okay, so that all leads back around to out of here. Okay, so this is all self-contained and we don't need to look at this area again. Perfect. So let's touch the checkpoint again, and we may as well go spend the Nycrox we picked up so I don't lose it. All of that progress that was made is now lost. Goodbye, money. This is The Last Faith. This is a Souls-like Metroidvania that came out day before yesterday. I ended up playing it because I kickstarted it a couple years ago. It's been a good time, though a couple parts of this have been a little shaky. Souls-ish. It's definitely got that the same teeth, which is a blessing and a curse. And it definitely pulls a lot stylistically from Bloodborne. I'm not great. I would never claim to be good at these. I have a very strong tendency to bounce off of them, because there's usually just a point where it becomes more frustrating than fun. And see, Evo, I'm the opposite. I am happier with the ones that are in 2 dimensions because I am better at handling 2 dimensions than I am at 3 dimensions still. But I think that's a matter of past experience and what just happens to be in your wheelhouse.
So you have chosen death.
Pretty much, yeah. That sounds about right. Let's keep raising our instincts since our instinct's fallen behind. Yeah, that's fair. See, the thing is, they frequently aren't any better in 3D about that kind of thing. They just start rushing you with more and more things, much in the same vein. So, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I've seen plenty of examples of the same thing happening in 3 dimensions as well. I think the main thing that makes me feel better in 2 dimensions is that jumping helps a lot. It gives you another vector to avoid attacks with. Whereas in a lot of the 3D games, you're basically stuck with rolling, and that's about the only vector for avoiding an attack you have. And I find that limitation distasteful. I think that's the problem I have, partially, is I feel very limited in terms of my options in a 3D space for movement, because most of them very heavily hamper your movement. Whereas I can kind of map my way out of even a heavily screen-blocked area. But again, that's just what works for you type deal. Oh, exactly as you're saying there. It's like, take the mainline Souls games as an example. You're kind of locked to one of three options if an attack's coming. You either roll through it and hope you've timed your roll properly, you block it and you pray that you have the right stats, right shield, right etc. to block it, or you attempt to parry it and you pray that you understand parry timing well enough to do so. Meanwhile, in a situation like this game in particular, just as an example, we lose the vector of blocking. We still technically have a parry, though I've not really been using it, but you gain a choice between rolling out of the way of it or jumping over most attacks. And that's where the split comes in, I think, as the main difference between those two dimensions for this type of game. And as we just discussed, it's gonna be different strokes for different folks, one way or the other on that one. This is the logic. And in a less logical, more shenanigan-related perspective, I find it's a lot easier to cheese fights in a two-dimensional game than they are in a three-dimensional game. And that's not necessarily a positive, that's just I'm gonna add this on as another thought. Just because in my experience, I have found that to be true. Well, that's exactly why I'm saying that this is a subjective statement. Because it also very heavily depends on the methods you go about attempting to do said cheese. Which is why I'm saying it's more down to the type of game you're frequently experienced with. Because, like, in a game like this, I can just, like, if an enemy's right down below me, I can just throw shit down at them. But in a three-dimensional game, it's more frequent that I find that the animations will drag you off of the ledge. Because it's not necessarily the difference in dimensions, it's a difference in the methodology people use for certain animations and the methodologies used for the game in general when they're making one, depending on which dimension they're going into. Because I can't tell you the amount of times an over-animated throw has thrown me off of a ledge. And that's another thing that you'll frequently run into in a three-dimensional space versus a two-dimensional space, though, is you'll run into a lot more cases of animation over function and in terms of priority. So you have a lot more of a timed system than you can push your way through it situation. And as everyone's heard from the way I input a lot of the time, I am a bit of a masher a lot of the time. So having a system that's better suited to me being able to immediately switch what I'm doing is better suited to me than the more methodical, heavy, honestly overweighted systems of a lot of the 3D Souls-likes. Because a lot of them really feel sluggish. I'm still just too impatient for that, is part of the problem. And very rarely do I use a setup where the slow attacks would be of any value to me either. So I keep contributing to my own problem there. Yeah, I've just opted to just not curtail myself that way and just go to where I'm happier instead of changing to suit the game. I will just change to a different game. There are some things I'm willing to adapt for. A fundamental change like that, like how some games kind of push the heavy armored shield approach a lot harder than any other approach, those are the ones I tend to just push to the side, because I'm like, I'm not gonna sit here being a block of metal, falling asleep by the time I get where I'm trying to get to. That's just ain't me. I would rather lose a fight a dozen times trying to do something than take a long time getting somewhere. But again, that's also where it falls into the subjective lines and the do what best suits you. There's not like an objective, better perspective for either of those. They are just different styles. I came up here because I saw some shady bits to the edges of the map and wanted to make sure they hadn't hidden something that I didn't notice. It's not been awful here, but that too is relative, considering, like, 50 to me is absolutely fine, whereas I know plenty of people where it being 50 degrees, and this is in Fahrenheit for those listening. 50 degrees is cold to some people. Like, between... Yep, curiosity killed me on that one. Is logically, I should have been able to jump down to the previous screen there. But, of course... Death. Because we were just right there. Now I gotta deal with all these jerks again, or at the very least get past them all again. Well, that is still cold for you then, which is fine. You're allowed to be cold when the temperature feels cold to you. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just used to a colder climate. So I have lived in colder climates my entire life, by comparison. Yeah, exactly. Like, you wouldn't want to go out in a t-shirt and shorts in that weather, really, but it's comfortable as long as you prepare even a little. Nice hat is a shaky thing. Is like, to a degree, it depends on where you're going and what you're doing. Whether it'd be a nice hat for that situation. It's like, I aesthetically like a lot of hats. So, I can't really point at one and go like, this hat. And a lot of the hats I enjoy visually are not hats I would wear myself, because they would be completely out of the realm of what would make any sense in today's world. So there's also that consideration. Like, there's a lot of layers to that question. And there doesn't have to be, but in order to give a full answer, there kind of would have to be, to my mind. I need these statues to stop trying to set me on fire. I mean, you deal with Eldritch forces beyond human comprehension for a few years. You'll probably age a good 20 or so in a year. They might also be dead. There's no guarantee any of these things I'm fighting are actually alive to begin with. Which, for some, would probably make it easier to kill them, all things considered. In the end, they're trying to kill me, so I'm not fussed about what they are at all. I am American. I have been to the border of Canada, but I've never actually been to Canada. I mean, there's a lot of mix in that whole line in general, so there's of course going to be confusion one way or the other there. No matter what they may claim on either side, there's a lot of similarities. And if it tells you anything about how I feel about such things, I would still consider that a compliment. Because being considered an American is a very mixed bag in this world these days. Yeah, that's also a whole other animal. To be fair, a lot of Americans think any accent that isn't "howdy, y'all" is posh, so, you know, you got that. I could upgrade the machine gun, but I think I'm not actually really going to seriously use the machine gun. I could keep leveling the blade, which if I'm going to keep using it as my backup, I probably should. I think we'll put that thought off for now and continue raising stats. Because raising our stats are going to make that weapon stronger anyway. And now that we've realized what raising instinct actually does for us, I kind of want to keep pushing that stat right now anyway. But by proxy, that's going to make this weapon stronger because it scales higher off of instinct than it does off of the dexterity we've been using. So I was expecting to find another stronger scaling dex weapon, but we really actually haven't found that many weapons at all in this game yet. These are all of the melee weapons we've seen. And we are more than a quarter of the way through the game. Which this mildly upsets me. The fact that there's not that many. The fact that there's so much space makes me wonder if there's going to be more. But there's the same amount of space on every menu. So I think they just made one size fits all menu. And then they filled in from there. Yeah, all the electric magic scales very well with instinct as well, which we've been using a lot of the electric magic. The only other thing that scales with that is this, but these both have been very helpful as well. So I think I'll put the ice spears back on for now. I don't need that. I can start throwing bombs again as well, because they scale with instinct. The fire ones wouldn't be worth bringing right now. We'll put that there. That should do. And I'm gonna spend a bunch more money on more healing just to make sure we don't run out of any. Give it any time quick. And I don't want to be carting around money I don't need. I do wish there was a way to make this go up by 5 at a time. There we go. That should hold for a bit. That's more than 10 deaths worth of healing. Supposedly, on the note of accents and things, supposedly I already sounded like I had an accent that wasn't the same as the accent in the area I grew up. And now apparently I have a whole other accent at this point. Which just confuses people to no end. So I blame part of that on just the fact that I, compared to a lot of people I knew growing up, had a very strange way of speaking. But I think that's just more of a personal nature thing. Well, I definitely have been known to do that. Ooh, I can carry more healing. No sooner did I buy more healing, can I now carry more healing. Perfect. Because I have found myself unintentionally starting to talk like people I've talked to a lot. Especially if they've got a significantly different accent to my own. I start to pick it up. And sometimes that can end up sounding unintentionally offensive. So I try very hard to curtail that. But that is a thing I've noticed that I have ended up doing. I couldn't air dash again. I thought making contact with the wall would do that. I have ended up getting a little bit of that when I've spoken to someone from England for a long period of time. It's not one I've picked up as much.
He's dead. Real shame. He will be missed.
But I also only tend to be in contact with English people for spurts at a time because, you know, time zones. Time zones make things like that a little more complicated. Huh. Oh, yeah, I was overthinking that. I should just do that. And it's a good thing I spent all my money, or this would have been a problematic area. That also, I've absorbed from, for sure. Like, I ended up absorbing a lot of language that way. I can't say I've necessarily absorbed accents that way, because I watched too much different content from too many different accents, so it's all kind of melds into a puddle. But for example, when I was watching a ton of British television, because I went through a phase where I was like watching a ton of different things from the BBC and things like that all in one line. I definitely ended up picking up at least some of the manner of speech, not necessarily the accent. Because there's also a certain pacing to a lot of the way, especially the people on British programming talk. There's like a certain timing and a certain pacing to a lot of their speech. And I mean that on top of comedic timing. And that's certainly where some of the way my humor functions came in from. I know that. Because this was also when I was in my teens and such. So that's where a lot of that formed. But I would say, since I also, and this is something I say about myself, but I don't tend to hear that much of other people saying, I have a very wordy way of speaking. I will say a lot more than I need to get to the same point about a lot of things. And I think I can trace that back to the fact that I spent a lot more time reading than speaking in the earlier years. And even up until recently, I spent a lot more time reading than speaking. The significant speech really only came about in the last, like, 4 or 5 years for me. Barring a period in my youth where I was unable to stop talking. Well, that's the other thing, yeah, is when you're among a certain type of people, you're also going to adapt a much more wordy means of speaking. And there's also a certain degree of vocabulary that shifts. Yeah, exactly. It's going to shift based on who you're interacting with, on top of who you're used to talking to. It's like, yeah. That's another thing, is if you know the people you're talking to aren't going to listen to it, the amount you're going to talk is going to change too, because you're going to reach a point where you're not going to waste the energy on that. Yeah. That's a very common thing, though, that you'll find. But it depends on how they mean fast-paced as well, because fast is a very relative thing. Because if you would believe, the way I'm talking now would be considered slow to some people that I grew up around. That's the speed difference I'm talking. I've slowed down since leaving Jersey, as far as my speech goes. I've kind of ended up between Jersey speed and where I am now. Because I slowed down so they'd be able to understand me. There is that, yeah. There's situations where you have to slow yourself down so that people will understand and you're not overwhelming them. Meanwhile, this is a thing that's happening. We'll come back to that idea later. Well, it ran me over and then was like, haha, fuck you, bye. So let's go down this hole first. I don't feel like dealing with whatever that just was. Though I have a suspicion. Yep, here we go again. As soon as I saw the hole, I'm like, oh, here we go again. Just I have a way out this time. Ow, the burning, ow, the burning. Fun fact, say it, don't spray it applies to fire too. Well, the thing is, had I come prepared for that, that would have been fine. Well, there was. Just not with the timing I chose. Like, I could bait him to breathe fire like this, and then go around him. Now, I've certainly seen plenty instances of this in 3 dimensions as well, where you get pigeonholed into a spot because they chase you purposely there. I'm just not sure if he would have actually hit me if I'm hanging. I'm not inclined to find out one way or the other, but there's a chance that I might not have gotten hit hanging there. He is coming and going very quickly, though, I gotta say that. And there was also space for me to stand up there to the right of the fire guy. I just rushed into the inner part of it because I was more comfortable. I mean, we already got ran over by him once. It didn't hurt that much. But while I was on fire, if I had gotten run over, that would have been a problem. And it's also kind of on me for not already having the fire removal item on my bar when we saw all of the things here trying to set me on fire. That could have been a much more readily addressed problem had I actually paid attention and accepted that I needed to do something about it. Okay, now we're here. There was a very large rock heading my way when I went through that door. Ooh! Spinal chain blade. The blade appears to originate from witchcraft, carved from bone fragments. It has been long studied at the Institute Scientia to understand the secret of creation and the power. Its bones are believed to belong to the advanced cold ones overwhelmed by the Shadow Scourge. The Nightcrux inside unleashed when the blade is used as a whip. Okay. Okay. That sounds like a weapon that'll be right on our stat line. Or not. It's mind and strength. Huh. It is primarily mind, though. So... that is superior to our current weapon. Though it is classed as a greatsword. Huh. Huh. We don't have enough strength to wield it, but we got away with wielding the Blunder Blade when we didn't have enough instinct to wield it. So let's see if this works. Yeah, no, it seems to work just fine. And it's not awfully slow. Huh. This is a situation change for me, but I'll give it a shot. Hey there, Xeno. How goes? We've just picked up somebody's spine as a greatsword, and things are happening. Yes, the greeting bite, of course. That's fair. I do wonder if we had more strength if we'd be able to swing this better than we are. It does seem to have a fairly limited attack set. Can't help but notice there's a lot of giants around here. The last time we saw one of these giants was at the beginning of the game, and he really tried to clobber us. So, I feel like this guy's gonna be a problem in general. Ow. That is a very slowly approaching fireball. And we're bleeding. Joyous day. Thankfully, bleed is one of those slow-ticking attacks instead of constantly chipping you to pieces. Ha! I cheated. Go ahead and just put a heal over time on as well, and that should sort us out. Long enough for the bleed to wear off. Because I could reach through my inventory to try to find the bleed removal, but let's be real. The boulders are kind of a problem with that idea. I knew that was gonna happen, but there wasn't much I could do about it and still make any headway. So what that teaches me, though, is those giants have the same attack set as the boss one I fought before. Because that's the same slam I died to multiple times back at the beginning of the game. Which, that's both a good and a bad sign, all things considered. Because that tells me a couple things. That tells me, one, we may be far enough into the game that they're starting to treat early bosses as regular enemies, which means we may run into the other early boss as a regular enemy, which has me concerned. I'm also going to remove the spinal chain blade. Even though the numbers on it seem good, it's not actually that functional. I'm hoping that doesn't happen, and he was also big enough that I doubt they'd use him as a regular enemy, because he just takes up way too much space. That's understandable, Xeno. It is getting up there in time for you. I'm glad you dropped by. Yeah, like the mutated version of Dr. Herman is more what I'm worried about seeing show up as a regular enemy. Because while that was a manageable fight, I don't care for the concept of having to fight multiple of those at once. Man with a giant blade for an arm that shoots tentacles out of the blade really just does not seem like something I want to be dealing with more than once. Ideally, not even once, but we don't get what we want as far as that kind of thing goes, usually. Well, that was a poor choice on my part. I thought my lightning would go off before his fire, and then he'd be stunned. Well, of course, everyone other than me is gonna want that to happen. Because y'all want to see me die. And if I weren't me, I'd want to see it too. But I am, fortunately and unfortunately, me, so I'd really rather that not happen. And yes, that was quite a sentence, and no, I'm not going to explain any of that. Yeah, this is where we went. Ow. Nope. Nope. Right, this was the dead end room, though. So, where was the room with the giant in it? Where did I take a wrong turn getting back? Aside from everywhere. Must be over here. I am confusion. This is why, once again, I wish this game had a death marker. Yep, this is the right way, because I went past a bunch of these. That's a death counter, Evo, not a death marker. Good try, but not helping. We both know you know exactly what you were doing. Yeah, we went to the right from here. Sad. I could try to go back over here and get our money. Because we died somewhere in amongst all of this. I think up here. Because presumably we were about to open a shortcut and then we died. So if I just didn't get stuck in my ways fighting that giant, we probably could have gotten the checkpoint opened. But I wanted to fight the giant. I thought fighting a giant was going to be a great idea. You know what? It'll actually hurt me less to just go through the big guy. Especially since I can just run over here. Yeah, that entire area was much more easily avoided than we thought. Or at least I thought. There we go, that cleans that up quickly. We need to find some stronger healing items, though, because we don't heal fully from these anymore. We haven't for a while, admittedly. But now that they've upgraded my capacity for how many I can carry, I wonder if they're going to upgrade the potency at some point. You calm down with those boulders, buddy. Hi. Pulling this. Goodbye. This place is not, in fact, better right now, but it's fine. Okay. So we've opened up the shortcut. I've got one problem with that, though. I don't feel like we gained anything from that. I feel like that entire path over there was superfluous? Is if you think about it, that's not really a shortcut at all. Our other path is over here. The current checkpoint is closer to that path than the shortcut is. The shortcut takes you through all kinds of crap. But it must be pertaining to when you can go through this door. And I've done things out of order. I also think we didn't pick up our stuff from in there, because I think we're supposed to have more than this right now. Pardon me, everybody. Pardon me, excuse me. Pardon me. I thought I was gonna clear that. Yep, our stuff is hanging out right there. You bastard. Enjoy karmic lightning, you bastard. I don't care if I got hit with a boulder. He deserved all of that. Okay. That solves that problem. Now there's just Big McLarge Huge over here. No breakable wall. Figured since I was gonna wait for him to throw the boulder anyway. Yeah, you literally are just gonna do the same things, aside from throwing boulders, as the other guy did. I doubt you're worth killing, honestly. I have very strong doubts that you're worth fighting. I disagree. God damn you. I once again forgot that the menu does not pause the game. Oh, he switched to throwing right there, huh? You cheating bastard. I'm mostly killing him to make a point, if I'm honest with myself. Alright, I can't throw things while I'm in the air because, God forbid, why would I be able to do such a thing? Really, those aren't making contact, huh? So that was 110% not worth it. Like, the only thing I'm thinking about is, like, he's probably worth a lot of money to kill, considering he is still very tanky. And he might also be one of those cases of a monster that won't respawn, which would be lovely. But also, there wouldn't be much point to making him not respawn, because there's not much point to us being here. And considering I'm burning through all my healing fighting this stupid thing, I can't help but feel that this might not be a worthwhile expenditure, and I'm gonna give up on this idea now. Because we're not even halfway through his health, really, and we burnt most of our healing that we were carrying. So that was gonna cease being of value, and one mistake too many was gonna lead to us wasting all of the running around we did to go get our stuff back. Which, speaking of, before we lose the 22,000 we have, let's go spend that. Let me also get rid of this notification about what is probably a bot trying to contact me. This has bot written all over it, and I also don't accept random people trying to add me randomly. I mean, at least you figured it out. I presume, based on that it took a little bit to figure out, but it could have been significantly worse. And we need one more Moon Silver Stone, which we can just buy. The price of those went up too, I may have to point out. And that raised the dexterity scaling. I wish it raised the mind scaling, but the dex scaling going up is still good because that still raised the amount of bonus we're getting, which should make the whip significantly more potent. I just don't have another weapon that I'm so attached to that I'm willing to sit there and keep upgrading it. The Blunderblade is the closest one, but the Night Tide's route just keeps being so much more effective because it has that reach that's been so helpful. Because there's not enough of a speed difference for that reach to be made up for. And, you know, mind is our highest stat still, and the Blunderblade doesn't scale with that. Admittedly, our whip would probably be significantly stronger if we had focused our dexterity up over any other stats, but that's neither here nor there. So now we get 4 points of damage on the whip every time we raise dexterity, so that's pretty nice. Like, if I raise that up like that, that is pretty tempting. And being up a 20 instinct, I think, is good enough for the moment. So we will go ahead and raise our dexterity a little bit more. Because that was originally meant to be my secondary stat, and then we realized what some of the stats actually do wasn't what I thought they did. Brain.
Stop right there, criminal scum!
No. Yeah, the only weapons we have that scale off of mind are dexterity. Are the Night Tide and the Spinal. Well, it is a little loud. I do actually need to adjust that one. That might be why. Why do I suddenly have another notification? What happened? Ow. Things I don't need to worry about right now. Getting distracted. So let's see. Spent all our money. We got a bit stronger. Back into the land of giants we go, I think. Oh, for God's sake. I just got rid of the other notification. Why is everyone going nuts suddenly? Leave me alone. Jesus Christ. Anyway. It's kind of funny how, honestly, close to where we were we are. Hey there, Jackie. How you doing? Welcome in. Welcome to me getting pummeled by giants.
Bleep, bleep.
Yeah. Fast. I'll actually see a perfect example of that once we get down into where we're going. There we go. Just slide on through here. Doo-doo-doo. Beep beep. Wrong button, but still helpful. I always get the magic and the healing buttons reversed. I thought it was a timing-based thing when I was getting those yellow damage numbers, but I'm going to assume they're actual critical hits at this point. When we raised our instinct, I noticed they were happening more often. So I think that pertains to the fate number we had. Also, he apparently hit me as I went through the doorway. So that's upsetting. Just clean my way through those boys. Now you need to stop what you're doing. This whole screeching thing you're doing, I don't appreciate. I also do not appreciate the blood bubbles. Appreciate it, Squeak. Act. And there's probably a better way to do this, isn't there? No, not really. Okay. Hi. And this is why we keep a weapon with reach. So we can stay out of the range of nonsense like that. Ow, the burning. And I took too long. Well, sad days are made of these. Think I'm out of range? Yes, I am. Perfect. Everything is fine. Ignore the screaming. Everything is fine. More anti-fire pestles. Aha! It's a grapple point. Okay, it says that door is closed, but it might have a lever. Nope, we gotta blow that open. We don't have the bombs for it. I presume we get those bombs in the ice area since the tutorial for using the temporary version shows up there. And it's also the only place we've seen the temporary version. So the logic there tracks. I just don't know what we're gonna get here. Oh, we found a cutscene.
A blessed curse. The sweetness of the flame. Despite efforts otherwise, a weak soul cannot be bolstered. Embrace the pain. Renounce control. None shall betray the last faith.
Title drop. I can't help but notice, though, the voice work keeps getting quieter rather than louder whenever I try to make it louder. It's kind of upsetting. Okay. So that seems to be her two moves so far, is breathe fire, or that homes in, and try to you show that door. Not really sure what was happening there. That's the correct way to handle that. Or they come up back through the ground. Okay, game. You wanna play that way? I can play that way too. Except my lightning doesn't reach as far. Oh, that's probably what that move's for, huh? Is for silly people that silly people like me that try to jump over her. Yeah, I knew I set myself up for failure there. So far, this fight doesn't seem too bad, but I have some concerns. We still are gonna need the anti-burning probably on hand. I'm gonna try ice, because I feel like ice will be the key here, considering fire everywhere. See if cooling her down a bit does anything for us. I can't tell if that's doing that much more, honestly. It seems to be moving the health bar more, so I think it's doing more. Whoa, look at that. Neat trick you got there. Teach me how to do that. Okay, that's an infinitely better way to handle that attack. Faked me out. Hi, I'm just gonna be next to you for a second. Which is probably why she follows the fire breath with that close attack so often. Is because they expect you to be baited into moving close with that, and then they slice you. I didn't move over quick enough. I am suspicious of this. Because I don't want to say this is going smoothly, but she didn't gain a new move yet. And that's what's bugging me. Or at the very least, she hasn't chosen to do the new move yet, if she did gain one. And this moveset is tame enough that I'm reminded of the fight against the corrupted doctor so long ago. I'm assuming she's gonna have a second phase. Like, entirely. There's too much free attacking here. I feel like I'm being baited into a false sense of security in this fight. Yep, it's not over. Here goes round 2. Whoa! Speaking of neat tricks that you could teach me, could you teach me how to do that? Because that was really cool too. You left. Oh, I have concerns. Ow, the burning. Ow, the burning some more. Ow, the burning again. No, 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 no. Stop it. Ooh, that was a neat trick too. Okay, don't try to bypass the ground attack that makes the tornadoes. Because if it touches you, you die. Noted. Okay. That was sounding loud in my ears, so I was making sure it wasn't way too high. That's also a common one. Yeah, that sequence while I was dead was loud. It wasn't jumping crazy on the meters, but I think I'm gonna bump the music in the game down, because I'm assuming that's what track that's on. We'll see if that's better. Because I bumped it all because both the music and sound seemed quiet in the last session, but I think bumping each of those one marker was still enough to be too much the other way. But we'll see how the balance on that ends up working out. I mean, there's gonna be a lot of both, especially with the way the weather's been very on or off a lot lately. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people's bodies are very confused still right now. Because, like, it's been going back and forth between being between 60 and 70 and being 30 around here lately. And not in the normal way of, like, over the course of a couple days. It's been doing both the same day a lot. Which usually happens for, like, a period in fall leading to winter around here. But it's been doing it for a lot longer than usual this year. Which in its own way is fine, because it means adaptation happens, but it's still weird. There's something I so badly want to try against this dash attack, but I also really don't like that plan. Too early. Well, it's of course going to be significantly colder at night, everywhere. And I can't read the rest of that right now, so we'll get to that in a minute. Okay. Yeah, any kind of imbalances like that are going to lead to more congestion than normal. So if it's, especially if it's going back and forth a lot like it's been here, you're gonna spend the majority of time congested and upset. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Both the ability to set it on fire and the sword itself. Give me both. I want. And look at these crazy fire tornadoes. I would love to be able to cast these. They would be so helpful. But they'd also be so strong, I would never be allowed to have anything like that. Like, her main attacks haven't gotten any worse. It's just that tornado's kind of scary. I would argue that this is a fairly reasonable fight, though it's just a long fight. That spin is like the most dangerous move she has, at least for me. I screwed up. I was in the wrong place for this move, so now everything's gonna be a little weird, and I'm probably dead. Yep, because I'm burning now. Which, that's basically her big play, is if she can set you on fire, she sets you up for failure. because you then have to burn an additional bit of time using an item, which leaves her an opening to hit you. Here comes multi-tornado. Oh, I judged it wrong. Oh, I judged it so wrong. I am so dead. I'm not gonna bother burning another one of the timed heals because the odds of us succeeding at this point are very low. Yep, especially when I misread a move again. Is a little tidbit in case people missed it. She only does the vertical charge if you jump when she does her charge. Because it's a counter move to you jumping over her. So the second I jumped, I knew I lost. I don't really think there's any magic that really will make a huge difference for me here. Is I'm not really going to try to use Thunder Conjuration in this fight because it takes being at a very specific distance for it to land, and the time it takes me to line that distance up, she'll have already moved again. Explosive Candle can work if I'm close enough, and I think that's going to be basically my only magic-based play here, is slamming her with that. Adding ice didn't really feel like it did that much for us. We can try leaning just all in on electricity as far as that goes. Because there's no guarantee she even has a weakness to any of these elements. But it is still technically added damage. You know, unless she's resistant to it. So, like, this first phase really isn't very difficult. It's just a matter of I get impatient and end up getting myself hit is the only real threat she has on the table here. Much like the fight against the corrupted doctor, actually. These first phases really, I feel like they should give you the option to skip these after the first time you do them. Because they're kind of pointless after you figure them out. But the entire reason they exist is to drain you. So I get it. That's why I'm not, like, opposed to this existing. But it's just, like, it solely exists to reduce your resources for the second phase. Pity I can't burn her with her own flames. Just turn them into an orbital shield. You win! Perfect. And now round 2. And she's pissed. Yeah, I gotta be careful not to dash through her too close, otherwise she does the spread shot. Because that's what makes her do that spin, is when you're too close to her back when she's dashing. That's what I think makes this fight feel as fair as it feels like it is all of her attacks are very clear as to when and why they happen, unlike some of these fights, which have been a little hard to read. This one is exceptionally easy to read. which some may argue might make this too easy a fight. And there's some virtue to that thought, except for the fact that she still hits like a goddamn truck. So if you make a mistake, you can so easily just lose this fight. And it is still immensely possible to make enough of a mistake that she can get a good hit or two into you, as we've shown last time. Especially since she may very well get another move once she gets down to half health in this phase. I need to not assume where the particles will be. I need to actually watch the particles appear. You almost faked me out, but I faked out your fake out. Thankfully, I can stand between these tornadoes and hit her too, so I don't need to worry about being too close. Like, that's the attack that's going to consistently hit me and chip me to death. If I'm not careful, is that wide swing. Don't walk too close, you'll walk into the tornado. I thought I made it clean out of that one. I needed to wait just a step longer before I jumped. Oh, come on. That set distance on that roll really can come back to bite me sometimes. I thought she was coming down. Turns out, not yet. There it is. Just keep swinging, just keep swinging. Oh shit, fire. Use two. Don't risk it. I did a stupid, and now I'm gonna pay for it. Just die! Okay. Burn for your sins. Why'd your sword have to disappear, though? You dropped it. It didn't have to burn like you did. Dang it. So, in a weird sort of way, I think that might actually be the easiest fight aside from the first fight in the game. At least for me. But I think that comes down to, that's the fight that matches the way I fight the best. Potential loud sound inbound again, if it does that sound effect. Yeah, I know. I know I'm setting myself up for failure, because now that I've said that, the game's gonna kick me in the nuts. Because it's gonna be mad as hell that I'm talking smack, and I'm gonna get slapped for it. But as soon as this cutscene ends, I suspect there's gonna be a loud sound. Yep, that's still kinda loud. So that's two of those done. What did we get? Lost Mark of Transcendence, a forbidden stigma from which sparks a blade of aversion. Whoever manages to harness her power taps directly into the essence of Nightcrux and accelerates the assimilation process into the body. This risky choice creates a temporary alteration to one's physical processes and manifests the bloodthirsty and deadly beast that truly lurks within. Oh! I can just destroy doors. I don't actually need the bombs to get past those. Okay. And I can turn into a powerful beast temporarily now. Neat. Hey, you. Fuck you, door. I'll punch you in your eyeball. that opens up a lot. Because we've seen a lot of those doors in the game up to this point. And being able to just punch through those is very nice. I have nothing but bad feelings about this. They made that jump real sketchy. They made sure that jump was sketchy. Before anything else can go wrong, let's go spend our ill-gotten gains and see if we learn anything while we're here as well.
I am gratified.
Mithringau.
I recall.
No.
Surely,
If I were to.
I tapped the button too many times. How about you? You were the one that told me things related to these before.
Occurrence. I feel peace upon my heart. Ladak's destruction is inevitable after he... after all he has done.
Don't get too excited here, lady, because I've destroyed 2 things. Didn't you say there was like 6 of these? And then Ladak himself? Got a long road to hoe before this becomes a thing. And you've made my healing more expensive again. Whose side are you on? I'm not sure, by the way, if that one is the... I'm not sure if that was the forest one she was talking about before, or if that's the one that was in a church, because that was both a church and it was in a foresty area. So I don't know which of the ones off her list that was. And to be fair, I feel justified in being hard to please when she keeps jacking up the prices. That's... I never cared for inflation in the real world, and I don't care for it here. I probably should round my strength off to 10 just so we have a bit more frozen protection. 'Cause I'm just very nervous about that. Because we're going to be going to an ice area probably next, and having really awful frost protection seems like an absolutely terrible idea. But obviously we're going to backtrack and bust open all the doors we can and break open now and see what the dash does for us and all that good stuff before we go to the next area. But I do think this is a better idea. And I just feel happier not having it one of my stats be a single digit. I know that it's not really a problem to have that, but it just feels better. That's not one of those quantifiable things. That's just like, this is a thing. Oh yeah, we can get up here now, which means we can open the door. Aha. Give me your secrets. The Unborn of the Midnight Aristocracy. Cult artifacts, the Unborn are successful experiments of the noble families. Children desiccated and then immersed in a dark and powdery substance, mummified. Even in stasis, they all exude an aura of power, almost akin to lesser sepulchri. A valuable item to those who know of them. Even those who haven't heard the whispers about these artifacts can feel their pull and use to attract those who desire power and might. Okay, I now have a baby in my pocket. What the hell does that do for me? Alas, our rituals were in vain. My sisters have gone, lost to the wrath and ugliness of Junus. Our weapons and grit are no match. I must avenge my sister's destruction, continue our work with the assistance of those who are willing. An exchange of services, you could say. Maybe there'll be something better on the other side. Assuming there is even something over here, which there is. And... oh, yay. Oh. Huh. Hi. You good up there?
Your custom is most appreciated.
Huh. Previous lady of the manor, I presume?
Custom. I do not wish to buy anything.
Shut up, Eric. If she's offering to sell me things, we say, yes, ma'am, give me your entire list of your wares, and I will be buying whatever looks good.
Needs outweigh wishes, young man. Come closer.
Now that I am not for. You can show me your wares from there, crazy hair spider lady.
I am the manor. I am the mother, the caretaker. Call me what you wish. However, you are in need, which certainly outweighs my impulse for small talk. And when in need, one needs a spell.
I mean, you're offering me magic, which is exactly what I've been wanting this whole time.
You are a witch.
'Tis a crude term you utter. I sought to help the all-knowing, all-seeing, whom I thought to be the best of us. But my gift was a sword with which to murder my sisters.
What such weapon exists?
A malignant force. We believe it to be dispersed among living things, left to grow like a tumor on people's hearts. People like you. We developed our own religion. Gods do not exist.
She's talking a bunch of sense, but also a bunch of insanity simultaneously. And it sounds like she was part of the reason why this whole infection we're dealing with exists.
I sense the burden you carry. Power is an inexplicable thing, traveler. It is not a flock of sheep to be shepherded, a criminal to be interrogated. It just is.
That's also true. Power is neither a good nor a bad nor anything of the sort. Power is power.
I feel an unwavering yet unfathomable desire in my heart. Do you know what lingers there?
That is an unfair request. Shadows darting back and forth. A flutter which cannot cease. Desires are strong entities that can be enhanced or destroyed with the tiniest nudge. You need a spell to help you overcome what you are seeking to confront. Come. Take a look at what I have to offer.
Oh, she's the one who wants dried liver as well. That makes sense. Combustion rings and accursed phalanges. There we go. Now we're talking. Now we're getting different spells. She also has a lot of powders and things. And Demishade, or... Let's go ahead and give her the dried liver, because we haven't seen a use for it otherwise. This could be bad. Just gonna mark that down right now. This could easily be a bad thing. But since I've had no other use for it, I'm doing it.
I am most grateful, my dear. I feel its irrefutable power. Yet, I fear its potential has not yet been fulfilled. Your search is not yet ended.
So you're saying you want more of them. That's the implication I'm getting out of that. And I think Flame Rings is the spell we've been having thrown at us recently. So I'm very pleased to receive that. Especially with where we're going to be going. Yep. That's the spell we had that another hunter try to use against us. Still not quite what I want because it's a horizontal only, but it's a room-wide horizontal attack, so I'll take it. And it's a different spell that isn't like a melee range spell. And it's also not an electric spell, because we kind of got a lot of those. I like electricity a good bit, but I'm happier to have some variety in my casting. A treasure for the Twisted, though. We now have 2 different Nightcrux hearts, which we also still don't know what to do with. I have to assume somebody wants them. And I have a feeling that we have something that this gentleman would want by now. He said he wanted a book, but maybe he wants some of these other things we've been picking up.
Once more.
Well, that's different.
What knowledge do you possess about the Salvation? I recall another spoke of such a place.
Salvation is a place?
It is said only one claims to be capable of such an event. They brew their power in a formidable fortress. Be warned if you dare to venture there, for it is a treacherous and complex journey, easy to slip away into madness and darkness. Though anyone who dares to make that journey is duly rewarded.
Yeah, that sounds about right. More than likely is still talking about the fortress that's up in the ice area that was mentioned by both him and someone else earlier.
I am gratified.
You still have nothing useful to say. I think that takes care of everybody here. Wait. I just had a thought. You know how we've got a dehydrated baby? Would you like a dehydrated baby, madam? Yep. Here you go.
I feared I would not lay my eyes upon or hold such a precious child again. Never have I seen such generosity from a stranger.
I am so gonna regret being nice to you, aren't I? Ah. So that did absolutely nothing. Nothing visibly, anyway. I've got such a bad feeling about what I've done here. A lot of my instincts are screaming that that was stupid. But, too late, did it. So let's see. Start from the top, because I don't remember why this other door is inaccessible. Oh. That kind of inaccessible. Okay, that doesn't help. I know we can't climb high enough to get up the high walls yet. So I assume this is probably one of the later areas, all things considered. Because if you look, that's outside of our jump range. Even if we air dashed and all of that good stuff, none of that would reach. I also get that assumption because it's the next thing in the list right after our main base right now, and it's been going in area order down. So, hence why the Ruined Outpost is the next thing in our list, and that's the next area we're going back to. I already forget where I forget some of the breakable doors already. I think there were at least one in here, but I don't feel like going back in the Esk Mansion right now. I know there were some breakable doors, like, early on. Let's start from here and check the one directly underneath us. Now that's still accessible only from there. I don't think we have anything that'll allow us access to anything else around here, but we may as well take a look, because it's been a long time since we've been here. Yeah, because that ladder requires access from somewhere else, which I would presume would pertain from somewhere else. There's also all these doors back at the beginning of the game that we may or may not be able to open now. But that's the only door that's shown to be locked. We might be able to do something here, but I'm not that fussed about walking all the way over there to find that out at the moment. I'm gonna start from low-hanging fruit, basically, at the moment. Then we're gonna work our way from there. Yeah, we basically one-shot the things here now. I really did accidentally use a heal. God damn it. Oh well. For those wondering, I rested my hand on the trigger just enough that it used it. Is basically what happened there. Locked with a key. Okay. Like, I really should have been taking notes the entire game to make sure I knew where various things were to reactivate later. Or more accurately, to activate it all later. Which is what the pin system is for. And, you know, actually writing notes. But it can't really hurt us to walk back around areas we've been before and get a feel for how much stronger we've gotten. Not to mention picking up a pile of free healing injections running around this place. I don't know what this grapple point is for. Like, clearly it's meant to give you access back in here, but why? Like, there must be something up there you're meant to get back to later on or something. But I don't understand the point to it. Like, that's just weird enough and out of place enough to bother me. We already went through everything over here. I dropped off that ladder as a test in case anybody was wondering. I did that to see if the game was going to kill me for not using the ladder, since there have been games that have done that in the past. Let's see if I can do anything with this very back room. Or not yet. Back at the beginning of everything. Back where this all began. Apparently there's a door back here. A door that is painted on. Joy. So coming back here was a complete waste of time. Can't say I'm surprised, but I am mildly upset. It is admittedly my own fault for not remembering what doors are what. So I'm basically having to go through every door from the beginning onwards to make sure I'm not missing any doors that we can open now. At first I thought the open door versus locked door thing was changing to show which doors I could open, which is why I initially was excited about that concept. For those wondering from yesterday about that. Okay, that way that's cleared up. There's nothing up there. Because I was hoping that it was working kind of like the trackers for a randomizer, where it'll realize, okay, this is something you can do now, so we'll mark this off as something that's physically possible. But that's asking too much of something like this, I think. Okay, so we know nothing here. We need keys to do anything here. We can't do anything here that we know of. There's a door right above here that we can check. And air dashing might allow me to get around some of the higher parts here that we'd looked at previously but couldn't do anything with. Like, there's still some places we won't be able to get to, like up there, because we still don't have any vertical advantages. I do think the wording on the mechanical gloves should be changed a little bit, because the confusing thing with the mechanical glove, enhanced grip when climbing specific smooth surfaces. The smooth part I feel like is the part where the description on that goes awry, because it specifically works on non-smooth surfaces. I also went up the wrong path for the door, but we can just go around and it'll be okay. This is admittedly one of the slower parts of a game like this, where you're running back to places to make sure you're not missing things. So this is the part that I was thinking about being able to climb, so let's check that first since we're already here. See if there's something I can jump across to. So I could have swore this was another case of things were just too high. Yeah, that's just too high up. There's no way we're reaching that. I don't have a ramp I can yeet myself off of or anything. And there's no hook points. I might be able to make use of the dash somewhere around where the rooftop area we went to was, though. That might be a thing. It also works as a handy bypass of a handful of enemies here and there. Because wasn't there a jump that I'm like, I don't think I can make this, but I'm gonna try, and then I fell to my death? I'm pretty sure there was something like that over here. And while we're broke as a joke is the time to check things like that. Yeah, because it was around here. Because that one we still can't get to, because we can't go high enough. But up here was where the jump I died on was. After learning that these guys were stronger than normal, I tried to make this jump and realized it wasn't possible. Healing injection. Hello, small child. Hang on, let me repel the demons at your door, and then we'll get back to you in a second. Anyway.
Good day, mister.
What is up with your hat, kid?
This is no place for a child.
That too.
Where are your parents?
I do not think I have any. However, I am not alone. Well, I wasn't at one time. There was another. Many others. Yet I cannot.
I know of a place where you'll be safe. Head to the manor.
I'm most grateful to you, sir.
I know of a place.
I'm most grateful.
And I guess we're not going to take any of these toys, both to entertain the child or to bring to the other child, huh? Okay. Well, that at least resolves that loose end. No idea what the hell use I'm going to have for random small child, but we got to make sure to save everybody we can save, I guess. I hate that the map keeps acting like there's an area down here, even though we all know that that's a death pit down there. Because it just disappears into fog, and we all know disappearing into fog means you'll disappear into your grave if you jump down there. These things are also absolutely just not even really worth the effort of killing. Like, the crawling ones are still somewhat worth the effort, because they're 100 each and they take 2 hits. I just completely missed the path to get back to that spot. Problem is, I don't remember if this actually is a viable path or not. I guess the easiest thing to do would be to just warp back and check. I'm just having some mild navigation issues because this was navigated yesterday. Yeah, this is a ladder, so yeah, this is fine. This will get me where I'm trying to go. Longest ladder in the damn world, but it gets where I'm trying to go. And this is probably all for naught, because this is probably not a door I can open still. Yeah, this door doesn't even exist. It is a door, but it's a fake door at the moment. It's a lever door, so who knows what lever opens that door. The fact that we still haven't encountered whatever opens that is kind of crazy. Because we've been all up and down this whole section over here at this point. Nothing's opened that. There's got to be something goofy going on with that. But this means Mithrangal is cleared out as far as things we can do as well. Because this is where the death pit area is. We can't get up there yet, so there's nothing to think about there. Apparently there was less breakable doors than I thought. I could have swore I saw a bunch of those before we gained the ability to open them. But apparently I'm barking up the wrong tree, or I'm just thinking of later areas. I think that's a regular door up there, but let's check just to be on the safe side. And being able to just rip through these guys is giving me some much needed catharsis anyway. Yeah, this one is one we can break. There we go. I think I was blending the Inquisition office with the rest of Mithrangal. Dr. Herman's diary. The young nurse Annabella came to assist me, but I fear she is meddling with my work, modifying crucial tests, and suspect that I must keep her at a distance. That's really all that door was for, was a peek into Herman's mind to tell us something we already knew, that he suspected Annabella of fucking with his stuff. Which she already admitted to doing, trying to prevent him from doing anything too terrible. And we still can't reach that, so that's not a thing we worry about yet. So that wraps up all the loose ends that are fixable here, I do believe. Because we went up the weird tube, we could climb up around here, because that's what got us a couple neat things, like the lightning amplifying charm, I believe, was from in there. Okay, so that marks off all of that. The doors down here might be breakable doors. And we are stronger now, so we can probably just trot through here and it'll be okay. At the very least, air dashing should help bypass some things. Especially since the checkpoint is more than halfway to these things. Apparently their brain just kind of broke with me standing at that specific spot. So that was a thing. We still can't get up there. Even though you would think you'd be able to, like, grab the wing of that statue and climb up off of it or something, but that's just not a thing. And this one's breakable. Perfect. What do we got? Do we have prizes or do we have new territory? We have a lot of problems. Okay, very good. Jerk. Just instantly fried. Ah, that felt good. Edwin's note. I'm so close to taking what's rightfully mine, a door calls to me. Inside secrets and bequests. Wait, that's the same note we've seen before. Hang on. He's written the same note twice. Yeah, we literally got a duplicate of the same note, because it's even ended up copying over the note that we already had from Edwin saying the same thing. 2 moon silverstones, okay. That's a like 7k value, so I'll take that. Is they're going for like 3,600 now, I think? And that accounts for the door up here. We just need to check to see if the door down there matters at all. Which, climbing back up out of here is gonna be slightly annoying, but it'll be okay. Still, we took down 2 major bosses today, considering they gave the Nycrux hearts. I have to assume that they're meant to be major bosses. And they're also the ones specifically we were told about. So that all fits together logically. But I'm hoping that this is a breakable door down here and I'm not just wasting my time walking back past the corpse of Edwin. And yeah, I thought I remembered this being a breakable door. I remember wondering why we didn't get the ability to break that at the time. 4 empty slots, each marked with a noble crest. Huh. So all that opened up was a puzzle. A puzzle to which we have no answers yet. To which point I'm going to put question mark right here. Because that will remind me that there's a thing here that I'll need to remember to do something with at some point. But there being a question mark there should remind me not to just willy-nilly check that door in the future. Because that door is not something we can get through without doing the puzzle. Now, as to actually doing the puzzle, though, we've heard of a few noble families and things like that, I'm pretty sure. And I would hazard to guess that it's going to be the end of each of those people's quest lines that'll get us their crests. Like, Lady Annika probably has a crest for doing her quest line. The guy that I keep saying looks like a vampire probably will end up giving me his crest. Beyond that, who knows, but those are the 2 that immediately spring to mind as far as that goes. There's probably some places in here that have breakable walls, doesn't it? Probably. Let's at least check the one immediately to our right here. I do know we saw at least 1 or 2 around here. It's just a matter of we won't really gain anything else running through here. Yeah, I was pretty sure I remembered this being one of these doors. And the question is... Oh, that just links back to here, huh? Joyous day. This is just statue hell. Look at how fast our burning went up just by being in this room. Oh, there's a giant in here too, huh? Great. Great, I love that for me. On the bright side, he's not the rock-throwing kind. He just shoots spikes. I could probably just run past him. But we're actually making good progress through his health. So, I feel he is worth killing. Just, if nothing else, on principle from the one before. Though he does still hit very hard. You bitch. Got him. Yeah, they're worth 2,000. That's not really worth it to me. He did drop 4 healing injections, though. And I figured he'd be a problem for getting past this. And we get a box. What's in the box? Rare prototype blueprint. Designs of advanced weapons from the Federal era. They are only fragments, but it is possible to reconstruct a lot from these scrolls. They show signs of tearing as if someone had separated and then reassembled them to steal them undisturbed. Written in a cryptic language with drawings that seem to refer to unknown forms of energy. I think this gets us new weapons. I think we got a blueprint that gets us new weapons unlocked. Unless that's the way to upgrade weapons further, which is not as exciting. It's still exciting, but not as exciting. One way or the other, that was worth going and grabbing. Because that was an actual unlock item. Instead of just like another moon silver shard or something stupid like that. So before we do the rest of what's in this area, I think that door down there might be breakable too. I think I remember looking at it. Let's pop back up here and turn in that blueprint and see what happens.
Rare find, that one. Gives you all the power you need.
The Fire Striker Blade. Okay. Slash, strike, heavy, ranged. It does it all. It sadly is kind of terrible for us in a lot of ways. Actually, no, it's not the worst. It's got mostly scaling with 2 stats we do have a decent amount of, and the strength scaling is low. So that's not awful. An intricate and difficult weapon to forge due to its ability to hold live fire inside. Elegant and bloodthirsty, it is extremely effective at exploiting the beast's weaknesses to flame. Often used by Starborn for its dual use as a melee and ranged weapon. Hold to release a stream of flame, temporarily setting the blade alight. Ooh. Okay. I presume that converts more of its damage to fire damage. I do want that. And we also... Oh, we can make Lena's bow out off of that as well, which gives us a fire ranged weapon. An original and ornate design of the Ethereal Order bequeathed to a former adversary of the Ministry, once human, now weapon themselves, the torment of their creation writhing inside. This tailored bow now does the bidding of a merciless master, fueled by the suffering of its wielder as they become a tool of their once sworn enemy. Lethal even at an extreme range, running will not save the victims of this cruel invention. Neat. Give me this. I am more interested in the blade than the bow. This might be exactly the replacement for the Blunder Blade that I want. Yeah, because that's a good mix of decent range without being too slow. And I can actually properly wield it, unlike the Spine Blade. So, yeah, I think this might be a winner. It also does elemental damage, which makes me happy. And probably means we can upgrade it using the Demi stuff. Yes, Demi Shade. Perfect. And its physical goes up reasonably quickly. That fire growth is a little sad, but that's to be expected. I'm just happy to have another viable weapon for me. And of course, we get plenty of targets to test it out on along our way. Let's see. The doors in here are most likely all breakable. I just don't like the idea of going back in here because we were having a rough go of it in here. But necessity and all that. Yeah, we can go down through this way and get there reasonably quickly. Admittedly, using a fire sword in here doesn't seem like my finest of plans. As demonstrated by the fact that it's not doing a ton of damage, but it attacks pretty well. I do like the way it kind of weaves a bit when he's swinging it in the second attack. It looks good while it's attacking, I think is what I'm trying to reach for. Hi. Oh yeah. Well, we got ourselves a sword that catches on fire just like the burnt lady had, so we got that going for us. And it even starts up by shooting a flamethrower. I would consider that a success. There we go. Yeah, this sword's pretty competent. I'm pretty happy with this. I think I do still like the whip a little bit better because it just has so much reach and so much crowd control. But this is pretty good. What do we got in here? Blood Moon Charm. Sought after charms. Yep, same text as the other ones. This, I assume, is bleed protection and bleed damage or something. Yep. Well, we may as well put it on because we don't have anything else for that spot. Till we find another charm. Because right now we've got a lightning, a physical, and now a blood charm. We need to find, like, a fire charm or something. Which I would have figured we would have found here, but maybe that's behind the other door. That would be kind of crazy for there to be two charms here. I wouldn't rule it out. Just to be on the safe side, climbing back up out of here. I could go all the way across instead, but this will theoretically be quicker. Just a matter of whether it's safer, being very debatable. But as long as we keep on our feet, we should be okay. And we're fine. Ta-da! Running through this area again will also give us the money we need to be able to upgrade the Fire Striker to be in a better shape as well, which will make me happier. Do I risk this jump? We made it once. Hiya! I am uncomfortable every time I go for that jump, because you only barely make it. I feel like if I jump just like a frame too early, I'm gonna fall into the abyss and be sad. I'm gonna set my sword on fire in here to honor Or was the one I fought here? There we go. Just a nice little thing to do. Like, see, I can do that too now. Isn't that neat? Speaking of neat, it would have actually been cool if I could have lit those candles with the sword. And breakable. Open. Prizes. Curse of the Burned. An artifact shrouded in tragedy and flame. It is afflicted just like the one it once served. A once fair being, wronged and now corrupted. A cursed energy lingers around the tooth, consuming those who harbor it. It emits a sound resembling a cry for help and a fire that purges the veins in the skin of its victims, for those who would think to control it. Well, doesn't that just sound great? Launch a fireball that conjures additional flaming projectiles and impact. Well, why did I buy this if I get... God damn it, game. That's pretty good. The damage isn't as high, and it's a little slow to throw. But I do think that that's gonna overall serve me better than the fire spell we bought. Which is upsetting, but, you know, options. Discard what? What now? Oh, for fuck's sake. Hooray for irrelevant. Now, it's worth noting, even without raising our vitality, our health has been going up. I don't know if people have noticed the inexorable march of our health bar, but it has definitely gotten longer. Because we're past 200 health at this point. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure how our health went up. I assume just raising your level at all has been raising it. But I'm not sure. All I know is we've at this point doubled the amount of health we had when we started. And that makes me happy. One of these times he's not going to grab that ledge and sadness is going to ensue, I swear. Just badness and sadness. All in all, though, this has been a pretty quick cleanup. We've cleaned up everywhere except Erlim and the Hall of Mirrors at this point, I think. Because we can't really do anything in the swamp because there were no breakable doors there and everything else is still high enough up that that's not really viable. The crypt we've cleaned up now, aside from that crest door. The Inquisition's cleared out. Mithrangal, until we can gain an even higher jump, is cleared out. That door remains a mystery, but I'm not gonna worry about it. That still needs like a key or something, and I presume we still need a higher jump to get to some of the stuff in there. This one just needs keys and things to get into. So we more or less only have forward to go at this point. Unless I actually want to check these, which I should. I don't really want to, but I should. For sake of completeness. I hate this place. Like, this has thematically been a very nice place, but gameplay-wise, my least favorite zone of the game so far. Back to the whip for bug patrol. That won't open. The only one that might be breakable is the one over here, I think. So I think I did remember seeing a breakable door in here. I'm pretty sure I remember pausing and thinking that that looked odd that that was there. But it might just be another closed door. My memory's telling me lies. Wouldn't be the first time. I remember thinking that it was a possibility that the ability we gain here would be the one that lets you break these open. Wait. Yeah, it's right above me. Okay. I thought it was on my left, and I'm like, wait, there's no door there. Oh. No, this was another waste of my time. God damn it. I suppose this is the other reason my instincts were telling me don't bother coming back here. I just filed it under I hate this place, so clearly I don't want to come back. Which was not an unreasonable thought on my part, all things considered. So that means everything is sorted out. We've checked all of the boxes leading up to the new area. Well, the relatively new area, since we have been there. I do wonder why those bomb doors exist then if we can just punch doors open. Unless maybe it's meant to be a case of if you went there early, you can use the temporary bombs to open those doors. Because we did eventually encounter doors that had no bombs near them up there. So that might also be the answer. Yeah, because we dropped down there and then climbed out of that hole with the bomb. Which climbing out of there sucked, but... I'm still pleased with myself for having managed that. And in theory, this place should be infinitely less awful compared to before. Yeah, because their health bars actually move now, and mine doesn't move more than half with one hit. That's already a massive improvement. It's almost like doing double the damage we did before makes a difference or something. I don't know where I get these ideas from. Fuck you. I think the door's like right over here. This is a door. That was not the door I sought. I should have touched that checkpoint before crossing back out, but it's fine. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. Okay, that's one that just straight won't open right now. Okay. Progress is still happening. Rude. Yeah, not so funny now, is it? Not so funny when you explode. Neat trick pulling spears out of your own chest there, but I also question the reasoning there. I feel like there's got to be a better way than just ripping spikes out of your own body. 3 moon silver stones? You what? I am so slow. Fireball! Yeah, this fireball spell is really good since it's multi-hit. It read like it wasn't gonna be much. I'm so glad I checked trying it. Fuck you. Have a box. Getting a good amount of healing drops from here, as well as bullets. Which bullets I'm less excited about, but they are starting to prove like they might actually have a purpose to me. Huh. The ripping the spear out of his own body thing actually hurts me, too. I guess it's because he's stabbing himself, and if I get in the way, then, you know, I'm getting stabbed, too. That does make sense. For guys like that, I probably should be using lightning, but just swinging at them works. Oh, hate it here. Oh, come on. I disagree. This area is certainly proving to be dangerous. Oh, come on. Why did that still freeze me when it was gone? Come on now. Remember when I said I was worried about the fact that my freeze resistance sucked? Yeah. Turns out I was right to be worried about that. Let's go this way instead. Ooh, breakable door. Let me through. Gimme, gimme. Well. Oh, hey, I found another unborn. Oh, good lord, why? Speaking of things that lightning will be good for. Could you not? Madam, please. Goddamn ice banshee. Well, they drop ice powder, so that's nice. No. No. I have nothing but bad feelings about trying to jump off of there and seeing if there's anything down there. If the camera is refusing to show me anything down there, there's probably nothing down there. Oh, I nearly died for bullets. Sad. Thankfully, their stabbing animation is quite long, so you get pretty good leeway on actually doing something about them before they can throw another one. Lots of bullets. The real feeling that they intended you to be shooting things. Good day, madam. Nothing to do with you. Hungry essence. Nope. Nope. No. 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 Hap. Hap. Gimme. Sad. I was hoping for something better than that. Maybe this one will be better. Slightly. Ooh. Hello. Oh man, another one of these rooms? Come on. Out of the frying pan into the fire. So this one doesn't seem as bad as the other room. I say before promptly getting absolutely destroyed. So, anybody care to guess why that one went wrong? I'll give you a hint. He didn't throw the fireball when I told him to. Because for some reason there was just like an extra frame of him not doing anything after we broke out of the ice. If it had thrown when I told him to throw it, the flyers would have been caught in the blast and we would have been fine. But sadly, that did not work out. Quit spitting on me, you. Excessive, but he kept spitting at me and I was offended. Why did that not detonate? I guess they only detonate on contact with the ground. It just kept hitting enemies conveniently when it hit the ground, so I kind of assumed things, and that's on me. That's enough out of you. So our big problem now is we've got two different arena fight rooms, neither of which are going great for us so far. The one we just died in, I'm pretty sure we can get through. The other one is a little more negotiable. Getting back to the one we can get through, though, a little bit more complicated. Considering it involves not getting Banshee beamed the whole way there. Hindsight being 2020, I probably could have dropped off of one of those ledges up there and ended up down here where I wanted to be anyway. Just would have had to be careful about which one so I didn't, you know, fall into the abyss instead. Anything actually... Nope, that's Death Pit. I'm glad I chose to dash over here the first time I came here. Make sure it's full focus. Nope. Also, I gotta love how this was behind a secret door. And they try to do this nonsense to you. Welcome to the secret screwdriver room. Okay, one of the flyers is eliminated. The flyers are the threat. The guy on the ground really ain't much of a thing. We fought these guys for a while. Oh boy. I was wondering when we were going to encounter a not frozen one of these. Oh, come on. I dislike you. I dislike you greatly. Here, have a fireball. That did some work on him. Voracious Terror. Yeah, you know what? That name fits. Yeah, this better be worth it. Right. Okay. I don't understand, but I accidentally did a future thing, I guess. I don't know what any of that meant. I'm gonna assume I needed to do that to unlock a thing in here, or it's a special thing. One of the two. The fact that it was behind a hidden wall makes me feel like it's a important late game thing. But it might also be the thing we need to do for this area. That's death. Just like hanging out here at all. Hanging out here is definitely death. Farewell, ladies. I have other places to be. Other engagements. Lots of healing injections, so that's good. I'd like another checkpoint or a shortcut back to the checkpoint. I don't like that the music stopped here. Hello? Death? Good things? I mean, it's a broken building, so that's a thing. Well, there's a temporary checkpoint. That's not the best sign, because that probably means there's a boss fight or something on the other side of that path there. The reason why I'm like, where's the checkpoint? Is if you look, the last checkpoint's all the way over there. Let's use the elevator first. I have better feelings about the elevator. And that doesn't mean I have good feelings about the elevator. Just better than crossing that threshold over there. Crossing that threshold screams death to me. Like, something about walking over that line just tells me I'm gonna... Yep, checkpoint. This is why we check. Frozen caverns instead of the surface. Okay, can I... Nope. I cannot get off the elevator part way. I figured it was one of these elevators since it was a screen transition one, but I wanted to see if, like, at the very beginning of its transfer, I might be able to, like, leap off and get to the platform. Okay. So, we're in a new section, and we have a proper checkpoint now. Considering there's ice physics and spikes and things here, let's spend our money before we dig into this. And we can also check the thing I ran away from before we dig into this. Again, after spending the money so we don't lose it. We have lost enough money today. We don't need to lose more. Anything new to say? Nope. You have nothing to add. Thank you, Mark. Goodbye, Mark. We also can figure out where the kid went. And drop off the other mummy child with the lady over here. Here, I have another one. You said that before. You also still have nothing to give me, so I guess you're like a long side quest to bring her weird mummy children. You have nothing to add. I'm glad she didn't actually up and wander off like she was claiming the teacup was going to allow her to do. Because that would have made leveling up complicated. Let's see. Fire Striker. That's the one I wanted to upgrade. That should be a good bit better of a weapon now. And I could have bought the bow, but I don't think I'd use it. It does scale partly off mind, and it is pure fire damage. But it's definitely better for somebody with high instinct, and we don't have that. I think that'll be I'll pick that up when I have lots of money laying around purchase, which is not currently the case. We do have enough to upgrade the whip again. But for how much that costs, I feel like I might be better served leveling up instead at the moment. How much does it cost to level up right now? No, I'd actually be better off upgrading the whip, because that'll use up a much neater amount of our money. There we go. I don't have enough of the fancy rocks to upgrade this further, otherwise I would have just kept upgrading that. So where is the small child? Annabelle, have you seen a small child running around here? Don't ask why I'm asking that question. You don't have the small child in here. Maybe the kid's got her own room over on the other side, then. Because this room over here was vacant. Or she's up with the creepy mother, which would be a weird thing. Nope, there she is.
Mister has returned.
Have you remembered
Remembered?
when you were not alone?
You are mistaken. I have always been alone.
You said before that you weren't always alone. And that's entirely fair. You've been doing a lot today, so you probably got overloaded. Aha! Toys are a luxury for children in the realms, hence a hugely stolen commodity. They represent an effective bargaining chip for a child with a mind and intent of their own. Aha!
I have never felt so alone. Yet it is somewhat serene. Quiet. I am grateful for the silence.
You know, there's a bunch of people here. You could be around literally any of them. Some of them are kind of weird, I admit. Like the lady up in the attic. I wouldn't recommend talking to her, but... whatever. Not my problem to deal with. I have a child to go give toys to in the hopes that she will give me something. Considering she's possessed by some kind of weird demon or something, the demon might be useful. I keep forgetting where the checkpoint to warp out of here is. Now, admittedly, I did do one dumb thing over here, and that is I didn't mark on the map where the two NPCs here were. Which actually I should be checking in on the thing with Lady Annika here anyway. Is presumably something will have happened with that by now. Since we sent her here to talk to the Maiden of Masks. And that was a while ago at this point. Like, that predates us dealing with the Hall of Mirrors or the Liturgical Pass. I'm just not even having anything to do with those spinny guys anymore. Just like, you know what? No. How about we don't? Ow. These guys are nowhere near as bad now that we've gotten a bit stronger. To no one's surprise. You bastard. I knew something bad was gonna happen if I let them get that shot off. Which is why I avoided it every time before, but I'm like, he's not gonna land it. He's gonna miss. Wham! You are gonna die for your friend's insolence. I hope you know that. I'll take that. I'll take mutually assured destruction. God damn it. I am reminded of how much I hated traversing these chains because they're very finicky. Yeah, just usually I don't do the la 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 so much. But since we're backtracking, I'm kind of in pseudo autopilot right now, and that's what's getting me in trouble. So I just want to get where I'm going. I don't want to have to deal with all this stupid nonsense that's running around here. But unfortunately, the stupid nonsense is kind of unavoidable. Because the stupid nonsense insists on being dealt with. Yeah, this is the right place for the mask lady. In her house full of worms. Hi. I don't see Annika.
I'm the last of my kind. Take this. A face most fitting to your own. Yet do not use it to deceive, only to assist. Those who seek to befuddle become the befuddled.
Grants understanding of the dead. The second skin allows the wearer to communicate with a troubled soul and decipher what only the dead understand. It is a mask many socialites would treasure. Well, I can't buy that yet. I can't help but notice that, you're here alone. Did you eat Annika? If so, I'm not really that upset, but I'm like, why? Maybe that's where the second skin came from. Oh well. Ow. Don't mind me, just passing through. I think the kid was, yeah, right up here. Hey, I found some toys.
Did you find my toys?
Well, they're not yours, but...
A single toy brings a moment of joy to my heart. Thank you. I would hope for more.
You greedy little shit.
Did you find my toy? I will do without.
This was such a waste of my time and energy. Let's be smarter for a second, though, and put a little person pin here and a little person pin here. This way I remember where these idiots are, instead of having to poke around half this place trying to remember where they were. Look at me actually using my brain sometimes. Ow. Which is also how I get poked in my brain. God damn it. And to think, I could have just... it's fine. I almost traipsed right off the opposite ledge from the one I traipsed to my death off of last time, ironically enough. I was gonna say off the same one, but no, that was actually the other one. All it takes is walking into that room and looking down away from the screen for just a millisecond, right as you transition onto that screen, and off you go. I could have actually just gone through the door up there, huh? Oh well. Place is still exploding, but that's okay. Maybe Annika exploded. Who knows? So let's see what's past door number 2. So it's interesting that there's a temporary checkpoint right up here, right before this threshold I stopped in front of, but there's also just a regular checkpoint right down there. And there's no enemies on your way to this checkpoint. So why is it here? Like, that is incredibly suspicious to me. And there's a focus restore here. There's gotta be something awful over here. Oh. It's just one of you with a health bar. Okay. I already killed one of you. Here, have a fireball. Here, have another fireball. I'll take that. That still does less damage than him managing to grab me. Shot. Now you dive. Well, that was interesting. He just slammed into the wall. Well, that wasn't so bad. And that counted as a mini-boss, even though we already fought one of those without a health bar. But I think it's because we did those out of order. I think I was supposed to have come here and found that one first. But it feels good being able to destroy something that has a health bar without having to try multiple times to do some... Oh. It's me. Which, that's another dodging vector I didn't discuss. I got stuck and it wouldn't let me do things. But ducking. Ducking is another option I have in this that I don't have in a lot of other games that has proven surprisingly helpful now and then. The fact that you just take a knee for a second and watch the world go by. The world in this case being on the tip of a spear. Having functioning knees is a very underrated advantage. I speak that both for life and for video games. Now, without getting stun locked to death this time. Sadly, I don't think I convinced them to fetch the fireball. I don't think that would work. Oh, come on. Timing-based robbery? Fuck you. Yeah, their intent is to... Wait. If their intent was to get me to jump from there to there, that's insanity. Why is it that these things are more dangerous when they're stabbing themselves than when they're trying to stab me? That speaks to a level of either strange competence or magical ineptitude, and I cannot figure out which. I don't know how I got frozen, but I hate it. Yeah, not so funny now, are you? Nope. Nope. Definitely not about this area at all. Goodbye. Oh, that's why there's a puff of ice gas after those break that will catch you if you go too quick. Understood. Hippity hoppity, hippity hoppity, get me the hell off of this property! Up, please. Have I mentioned that I hate it here? Because boy, I hate it here. That's not ideal to see. I'm gonna take it, but that's not ideal to see. Because that's a sign that bad things are coming. Music's gone again, but there's a checkpoint, so that's okay. Why was there a focus restore right next to a checkpoint, though? That's silly. There's a lot of good stuff here. I don't like that. That means they're gonna kill me with something stupid. Hmm. Well, this is definitely a change of dead. Oh, no. But why, though? There's all that fire in the background. Why is it so cold? You're trying to tell me there was one screen of them trying to kill me with a blizzard? Oh, no. It wasn't just one screen of them trying to kill me with a blizzard. Joy! Joyous day. Da 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 da. This really sucks. Da 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 da. This really fucking sucks. Do 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 do. I'm gonna die out here. At least it's only like spurts of dealing with the ice, so you can actually wait for your ice buildup to wear off. I'm just, you know, moving a little too fast for that idea. Because I want to not be here. But I think this is actually a dead end right now for me. Well, yeah, you know, you see all this ice, you're thinking about ice, and if you're thinking about ice, you're thinking about cold. And if you're thinking about cold, then you're gonna be cold. All I know is I'm walking away from this part of the game, is over here sucks. It actually found a way to be worse than the area we were in before. Mostly because it's a dead end. We do have 8,000, but that's not enough to really do a lot with at this point. Music is sad. And not in this music is not good, so it is sad. It is more, it is just sad music. Yeah, I had a feeling that was gonna happen. I really should have just left that alone. Just not even playing with him. I see. I see. Off you go. That one needed to go because we were gonna have to move this block to climb. And I wasn't about to play around with that while she was trying to ice beam me. There we go. Eric was having a bit of a moment with that idea for some reason. They went from no checkpoints for miles to multiple checkpoints within close proximity of each other. What the fuck is going on around here? Ah, well, that explains that checkpoint. How about we don't do that? This is not better. Just in case you were wondering, game, this is not better at all. This is not what better is. I really didn't think I was gonna manage to avoid that. If I'm honest, really thought I was screwed on that one. Just in case there's another round after this, because I feel like they're not done with me for some reason. Probably past experience. Yeah, that was the end of it, and we got our health items back. And a prize. Severance Reaper. A scythe originally built to eradicate mortals. After the contamination and appearance of the Cold Ones, the scythes found their way to Telwynil village. Many collected by the Junus Ministry, who blessed and used them as their own. But some original scythes remain, ripping out corrupted Nycrox hearts. Well then. Sad. I mean, it is a primary dex weapon, so it still works. The fact that it's dex and strength makes me slightly sad. A scythe could have been a mind weapon. It could have been like dex and mind. Sadly, not so much. We'll try it anyway, though. I like my fire sword, but variety. And nah, that's a little too slow. What? It just like, does he just like yank the blade off and stab somebody with it? Yeah, detach the blade to perform a series of rapid attacks. Okay. I think because our stats aren't right for it, we can't actually use it to its full potential. Because our strength isn't high enough. Because I was mashing the button when I did the stab to see if it would multi-stab and nothing happened. So we'll be going back to the Fire Striker blade, but I'm happy to have found that. I like finding things, even if they're not things I end up using. You know, if I never figured out the air dash wall jump there, we would be having so much harder of a time getting around. Then again, if we didn't get the mechanical glove that you have to buy in the game, we also would have been having trouble. We could go buy the second skin as well, but I'm not sure what dead they would expect me to be talking to. Maybe these things? No, I doubt that. I don't know. I might also like money grind off camera to get the second skin just because that feels like an extraneous grind. I don't know. It still feels a little weird to me that some items that have significant mechanics are behind merchant walls. Like, it's not a bad thing per se, but it just sits a little weird for me. Actually, no, I don't need to buy more healing right now. I was gonna buy more healing with some of this money, but hindsight, nah. I don't think we have the parts to upgrade anything that I really want to upgrade at the moment. Or apparently we do. Picked up more than I thought. So I could upgrade the whip again, or I could upgrade the Fire Striker. Fire Striker would become pretty useful at that point. He would actually be doing higher damage raw than the whip, even after an upgrade, so we'll go ahead and grab that, and then we'll grab a level as well. I don't think we'll be able to afford 2 levels after that. Nah. Yeah, we'll push our dexterity to 30 to match our mind, and then we'll see where we want to take our stats from there. Since those are the 2 main stats we're using still. Is, again, our main weapon, the whip, still relies on those stats. How much healing are we carrying? 73, counting the ones I'm holding. Yeah. I was gonna say wisdom is telling me to spend all of the money I'm carrying just so I can't lose it. And then brain came back like, no, it's kind of silly to spend literally all of it just because you're scared of losing something. Especially since if I hold on to that, I can just build up to buying more levels instead or something. So if we go down to 0 every time, we're never gonna really make forward progress in terms of level. There was a doorway around here. Yeah, it's in the next part down. Ow. Shit. I did not mean to fall off of there. You little bastard. You deserve your wings being ripped off. Ah. I feel better now. No, there wasn't a doorway. It was just that little alcove that looked like a doorway. Wait, how did we even... Oh, I see. Right. I don't think we've actually been in that alcove. That alcove might have a secret door in it. So it's probably still worth getting to. Considering getting up here is kind of a pain. Yeah, that's what I figured. Not worth it, because it's just more goddamn frost bombs, but... it's free. I think that's a death pit. But we may as well go look in that area since we're heading back to the cavern anyway. Ow, Jesus, why? Have I mentioned that I hate it here? Yep, that is a definite death pit. I almost feel like if I had a skull marker, I'd just start putting skulls across those death pits just so I remember. Some of those are not actual paths. Those are all death pits. Do not waste your time returning to Death Pit Land. I am trying to decide now. Do I stop here at 5 hours today? Or do I try to complete this area? So I am getting tired. It's earlier than it was yesterday, but we also started earlier today. Let me take a look around. Bunch of people doing the remade Super Mario RPG, which, eh. We'll keep going for a little bit longer, see who shows up in the list in a little bit. Go, get him cooked. Don't fall for that. Oh, thank you. I am definitely glad I got this Fire Striker sword. It is definitely going to be effective around here, I think. Now that it's to the point where it's caught up. This gives a nice little bit more push compared to the whip at times. And, you know, flamethrower. As you notice, we get a hit stun on those guys a lot better than we do with the whip. And I think it's because individually it's hitting a little bit harder. Well, the fireball's definitely been a lot nicer in terms of a help around here. No. You chose to walk into the wrong neighborhood, so you get set on fire. Yeah, they definitely do take significantly more damage from fire, unsurprisingly, in an ice area. I fell short on purpose so that I wouldn't get caught by the ice blast from him gutting himself. There we go. Ah, that's what the bomb's for. Because we can't get in a position to throw... I mean, to punch the door, rather. But we can get in position to throw at that door. Ah, but these ice fucking shards respawn rather quickly. So that's upsetting. And... oh, come on. I was inching closer to make sure I wouldn't miss the throw. Because I couldn't remember how far these throw. And I nearly screwed myself. We thankfully didn't. But I was very concerned. Really, that's all that was for some ice powder in the ice zone. Game, please. Why must you do me like that? There's gotta be something hidden behind that, right? There's gotta be more. No? No? Okay. Sigh. This is the saddest of days. And apparently I have another bomb spot here, so joyous day, more bombs. Ordinarily I'd be very happy about that, except I'm probably going to blow up again. Or maybe not. I do still wonder why those need to be blown up when the doors I can just punch in. I don't know. Okay, you asked for that. You shot the first shot. Ow. Remember, kids, if your opponent shoots first, remember to shoot better. That's your life lesson for the day. Ah. Damn it. Where's the bomb? This is also precisely the nonsense I envisioned when they first introduced the temporary bombs, I would like to add. Okay, there's a bombable spot that gets me money. Not that fussed about that, because that's only going to be like 1,000, most likely. Which may sound like a lot, but at the stage of the game we're at, that's like penny change. Okay, this is actually not that bad. So just hop, skip, jump, throw. I was very worried I was going to blow myself up there, and I was going to be very sad. Hitting all the wrong buttons to do what I was trying to do. Well done, me. Oh, at least we restored some of our healing injections. God damn it. I knew there was a catch. I knew there had to be a catch. I probably even saw that on the way by. Anyway, trying this again. Bomb. We'll worry about bombing out the money later. I'm not worried about that. Are you worth it? Ray Moon Charm. Maybe? Just straight crit chance and crit damage. Okay, that's probably better than blood damage for me, considering we don't use a blood weapon. And you know, hindsight being 2020 once again, there's something I want to point out that makes me feel stupid. Remember how I was wondering if there's crits in the game, and I was questioning that? It's almost like I could have looked at the bottom of the stat list and noticed that, and probably did and immediately forgot about it. Because I wasn't processing that information. Brain. Huh? That definitely leads up to that door. Why is there anti-burning stuff here? Weird. Oh, hey, money anyway. Funny how that works. And this will open the door that I tried to get to before. Which is really not that close to a checkpoint. So I'm really not entirely sure why this is leading here, but... you know, I guess at least it's closer. Closer than walking across, like, this entire barren wasteland over here. But it also kind of sucks. So... I don't know. That one doesn't seem like that great a shortcut. I mean, I guess it's an important shortcut probably at some point, somehow, somewhere. Ow. We're over 10k, so I'm running back to what is the nearest checkpoint, which is this one at this point. We'll spend our money to make sure I don't lose it. What do you got for me? More dexterity. That's what you got for me. And that thankfully spent a very good amount of our money. We don't have much left over. So in case I fall in a pit or something, I don't need to think about that. Let's see. Up here at the bridge, we don't have anything else left to do. Everything that's left is... no, because there's nothing left down in the frozen cavern either. Huh. That's actually a good point. Either that area over there on the right's not as much of a dead end as I thought, or we've missed something. I'll warp over here so we can actually move the cursor around on the map and take a look. Because the way these platforms are laid out here, unless I could somehow jump from this one over to this one and then back, there's no way across there. Because I'm pretty sure that's what I saw when I was over here before, is that these were too high. So there was no way across. But we can check again. The other thing is like 90% sure that's just a pathway. That's not really got anything going on. This is the death pit we saw before. This is just leading into here. This... I guess... Oh, wait, no. I know where we need to go. It's probably through here. Because we didn't do the fight over here and actually succeed. There's also a little thing here that might be something. Might also be death. But if we go to the Frozen Caves warp, we can check that by throwing ourselves down the hole. And see what happens. Since we've only got 900 at stake, it really doesn't matter if we lose that. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to roll, then jump, but I rolled just a tiny hair too far, so I couldn't jump. So he just pitched himself down the hole. Which is what I was gonna do in a minute, but not there. You know, Eric heard throw self down hole, and he's like, got it, boss, gone. Which I wish he was that good about following instructions at better times. No, thank you. This I'm pretty confident will also kill me. Yep. The only reason I checked that was because it had that little indent to the side, like there might have been a secret under there. But the fact that the kill box got me before I even got close to that tells me that that's a non-thing. That is not real. Unless there's an item laid on in the game that lets you ignore the kill box at the bottom of the map, which would be absurdity. Basically, at this point, I think the only path forward for us is to get past that arena fight that's over there. And if that still doesn't lead us anywhere, I have no idea where we're meant to be. And I'm purposely going up here with no money to speak of so that there's no stakes to it, really. So I don't have to worry about dying. All that's lost is the time spent climbing up here, which really isn't that bad. And that's how I didn't realize that they do that ice burst the first time, by the way, is I was just out of their range when I was using the whip. Another reason why I keep using it. The superior range means an easy victory a lot of the time. Not sure how we missed this when we were over here before. God damn it. Can't help but notice that there's a lot of arenas in this area. Just specifically in this area, too. There's been like 4 of them just contained here. I was worried this was going to be a thing they were going to start doing a lot when we were in the Hall of Mirrors and we ran into a few of them. I'm a little upset to be correct about that, if I'm honest. Hear the chaff. Okay. What is your... Oh, it's you. I know you. I don't like you. Suck fireball, evildoer. And there's another one of these things. Well, may as well squish that while we're here. Still not sure what this means. but if 2 of them have been here, I'm pretty confident that it pertains to this area in particular. So it's probably the overarching thing we need to do to, like, trigger the boss fight around here. And we did come out of that fight in reasonable shape. I just need to get my focus back, and there we go. Now we can do this one too. Because then this one wasn't awful because there's a lot of room to move in here. I just got overwhelmed because I happened to get frozen at a really bad time. And it's about to happen again if I'm not careful. Damn it. I feel like they could have gotten away with making the breakout of the ice a tiny bit shorter. Because that is really brutal if you do get frozen. It's like I was mashing as hard as I could to get out of that. And I almost did, admittedly, which is why I'm like, just like a frame or so less of that would have saved my life. That's also splitting hairs at that point. And I had already mentioned that this was going to be an issue because of the fact that I went into here knowing my frost resistance sucked. I knew this was going to crop up a bunch because of our frost resistance being bad. And I don't think we can use the anti-frost item to get out of being actually frozen. I think it only gets rid of the buildup in this specific case, because how would you use it if you're already frozen? Fuck you in particular. He's just doing a little dance. There we go. That solves that problem, like, entirely. Which is what I should have done the first time, but I got a little bit complacent for just a second, and that screwed the whole thing. You don't need this anymore. Really? That was the whole fight, too? This was the easiest one out of the set, and this is... God damn it. I'm so annoyed with myself right now. Give me this. Was this worth it? Maybe. Probably not. Depends on what this is. Mixed. This was not forward progress, though, so that's a big problem. We deal with him. Because now I'm not sure where in here to go. Because this is Death Pit. This is a death pit. That's a death pit. This leads up to here. Unless there's a secret wall somewhere in here. We've been through everywhere in here. We can't fly, so it's not like we can get up in here and if there's anything up there. This is just probably the symmetry of that, so that's nothing. We can't go high enough in here to do anything else. Ditto with if there's anything up here. So either we need something from somewhere else, which would be very interesting considering we've turned all of the other areas upside down and didn't find anything, or I've overlooked something in here and No, because that's a door we couldn't open. I'm pretty sure. I think that was one of the first things we came back and checked, right? When we were looking for breakable doors. I genuinely don't remember. So we may as well check it, just to be on the safe side. but I'm just not sure where to go from there at that point. Because we seem to be hitting nothing but dead ends, which is clearly a false thing. Well, I know what we have and haven't done, so I know what what has been done, just what I'm missing doing is what I don't understand. Is basically what I'm looking at is things like this, where there's not a wall there, so it's just an end that hasn't been completed. So there has to be something there. I just think that's a lever door we didn't open. And thus we won't be able to open it without being on the other side of it. And I have no idea how we're going to get to the other side of it. So that complicates matters. No, this is actually a doorway. So this might... Oh! Yeah, this is what we're missing, because this is where all of these are. This both helps and doesn't help. This tells me I'm missing 2 rooms. Because we found 2 of the spots where those are. So this didn't actually tell me anything I didn't already know. But this tells me where this is. So the map's not really going to help because I've already looked around. This was the only place we were missing in here. Unless you mean look up a map, and I'm not ready to do that yet. Is there still a chance I misunderstood something over here? That's about the only other place we've got left, though. The thing that has me worried is it might be a hidden wall somewhere. Merge biome in what way? Because the answer to your question is yes and no simultaneously, which is why I need to know what you mean with that. It's like if you're questioning whether 2 of those switches might be somewhere else, then I don't think so. But this is all technically part of the same area. This is the Damned Ruins, but it also connects with Tel'Aran'a, so I think they're still technically the same area. It's just 2 subsets of the area. The problem is, I'm like 90% sure we can't climb those ledges that we see on the map there. But I've been wrong before, and that's the only thread I have to grab onto for that. The problem is going to be not dying to the ice over here, because this is the area with the blizzards. Well, there is no plan B. Not yet, anyway. Plan B is most likely going to be stop for the day and deal with it tomorrow. Oh, come at it with fresh brain. Just for... Oh, no, it's... Hang on. I can't show the map right now because this game doesn't pause. Which, that I don't understand. That's one thing I'm actually annoyed with them about. There's no reason for it not pausing since you can't use the items from the menu. Note how this platform above me is out of my reach. So, that most likely means... like I've discussed before, unless I can jump from here to here, we have no passage here. And that's what I'm concerned about. And if you look in actual game space at how far apart those are, you understand that there's a problem here. There's a chain up there, which means exactly what I'm talking about is what you're meant to do. But I think what... Oh. There we go. There's an interior area that isn't marked on the map. Why wasn't that marked on the map? This is also not a mechanic they've done at all in this game before. So if they're gonna blindside you with a mechanic, I feel like that should show up on the map. I think that's a fair call. Because I knew something was wrong. I just wanted out of this area when we were here the first time, so that's why I shelved that initially. But now that we ran out of options, we were obviously going to come back here. But it bothers me that they expect you to stand right in front of that door, which we have seen other doorways that don't do anything. But they expect you to assume that that door does something and stand in front of it. And that's a bit of logic that I don't think quite meshes. I think they could have done better by giving a little bit better signaling on that. Which I guess it is open, which is probably the signal they intended to give you. But since I'm constantly dancing around all the crap in this area and half blinded by snow every other minute, I didn't notice that. I don't know. I think there's too much going on here for them to have been wise to use that as the means to get up there. Nah, I wouldn't have been worrying about next time being stuck, because I would have figured something out in between, even if it took walking around a little bit off camera like I did with Lunacid. I wouldn't have been stressing over that, at least. It just means you all would have been deprived of me walking around and getting steadily more and more aggravated. Which is only funny some of the time. Well, this is not where I wanted to land. I do really like the fact that you get iframes when you're picking up items. That is very helpful. For God's sake. Okay. Now I can actually think for a second, because I don't have a Banshee sitting right next to me being a pain in the butt. You are not worth dealing with. Okay, there's a block to push somewhere around here. There it is. And now that we have learned from the other one, this door is a thing. Like, I'm not asking for them to put a giant outline around the doorway and signpost it in a way a kindergartner would understand. But I do feel like having that be like an area that's a little clearer of enemies than the rest, or something to make that a little more suspicious, would be nice. Or at the very least, not have you be blinded by the blizzard when you're in an area that it's not affecting you in. That would also be a way to make that work better. Is the fact that you're blinded by the blizzard but not being frozen by it's also a bit of incongruity there that I'm not the biggest fan of. I saw that. I didn't get a chance to do anything about it, but I saw it. Oh, you followed me up here. Good for you. The fact that those are just around now instead of just in the arenas upsets me. Upsets me greatly. Could really do with a checkpoint in here or something. Oh, there's more mirrors. I guess that's why the... Oh, fuck me. Get off of me! Gotta love that the two areas that have upset me are being brought together, because that's great. That's what I needed today. I also think they made them stronger. Which makes sense, but I'm upset about it. Oh, threw that fireball the wrong way. I mean, it was the right way, but the wrong way. Because it was meant to deal with a problem like that. But I preemptively threw it, and it didn't quite land the way I wanted. What is this? That's better. Oh no, not more mirrors. But why though? Huh. Huh. The Black Hall family crest. Nepos Blackhall once carried the crest to harness strength as he conducted his studies, but it was lost when the Black Halls were all mysteriously murdered, laying in shadow. Well, that's one of the crests we need for the thing down in the crypt. That solves one mystery. Speaking of mysteries... Hi. Oh, this is what I need the second skin for. I can't talk to her without having that. Presumably because I can't understand the undead. So that's gonna be a quick little map marker right there. On the bright side, we're close to a checkpoint now. The downside, it's in this hellhole, but you know. Take what you can get and all that. Back in goddamn Wormland. I do appreciate that they actually showed enemies from this area to kind of hint at the fact that these areas connected like that. I do like that, even if I do not like what that resulted in. How much money do I have right now? I do have enough to buy the second skin, so we can quickly figure out what that all means. It's actually quicker to get to there from here. I can just walk down there, grab it, walk back reasonably quickly. Which is why they positioned them the way they did. Fair play. You got me on that one. Is the one that's selling it's literally just right down here. Which is also probably why there's worms in here. But again, this is good signposting. Door that turns gray like everything else, less good signposting. Yes, yes, give me the mask. Thank you.
You must indeed have the blood of these lands. It is a gift most gratefully received. Well, a good turn deserves another in kind. You must indeed...
Well, what's the other good turn? And yeah, there's your hint that you need to go check down in the crypt. Now the question is the crypt thing extra, or is the crypt thing necessary? That's what's gotten into my brain on that one. Is the fact that that was a hidden area that we found that in makes me think that it's extra, but the fact of the matter is it also was a hidden area that led to an NPC. We don't know yet, of course, whether that NPC is useful. So I'm going to withhold judgment on that one. But since the mechanical glove that also cost 10k proved to be necessary for game progress, I would assume she will also be necessary for game progress. And they just kind of did a slight jerk move by hiding that. But at the same time, it was hidden in a place that they did lead us to. So it's not bad. Just like, Apparently they don't have dialogue. Metal, ice, intertwined, unique. Diseased spawn. Shield of stone. Wounded ground, ancient stains. Lunar glow unseen. Eyes watch unnoticed. Seek it, sight, shadow who's scattered. That was very, very helpful. I also didn't see these skulls before. But I don't know if that's because we just talked to her, him, whatever this spooky thing is. No, there's a trail. Hang on. The game is afoot. Where does this lead me to? See, this is the stuff I'm interested in. The weird hints and the little nudges in a direction. And the mysteries. Past the mirror. Almost fell down the goddamn hole. Oh, you're over here now. Well, I've got news for you. Unless you want to give me a boost, which it almost looks like you're in the hand position to do, I can't really get up there. You also seem disinclined to say anything else right now. I do still have the mask. Right here in my hand. So I guess we'll worry about that later. I'm gonna give myself person pin, but also a question mark pin here. This way I remember that there is technically an NPC here, but there's also something I need to do later, I presume, here. Either that or it's bugging out and not giving me the interact prompt. There's also this. While we're here. I forget what the deal with that was. So we've clearly gotten there. Yeah, because this is where the reward from that fight was. I think that mirror led down below, right? Yeah. Well, that was great. On the bright side, we can use this to get back to where we were quicker. And we'll worry about Spooky Ghost Path whenever we can actually do something with that. And on the bright side, these side tracks have led to us getting back to basically 6 hours for today, too. So that kind of works. We'll poke around with everybody here right quick and make sure nobody has anything to say relating to anything that's happened. And then we'll wrap up.
This is the first.
You still have nothing useful to say. Nothing new to buy. Didn't we find another thingy? We definitely found... Yeah, we're still carrying another unborn, so we can drop that off. It's interesting that the charms count as key items. Makes me wonder if I'm gonna lose all of those at the end of the game for one reason or another, like I have to use them to do something. Which would make me sad. Here, have another kid. So I just realized my money's been going up every time I've dropped those off. But I can't help but feel that 200 is not worth what that is, so I feel like I'm probably wasting those. And I'm gonna be sad when I find that out, probably. I assume you don't have anything new, but just in case.
I must confess, I sense you carry a heavy load of abominable nature. One for which many have perished.
Maybe we do have something.
A mere taste of the power that shalt not be plundered without care. A taste that has already been savored by the one who bows only to the power he wields, tarnishing those whom he hunts. A forbidden, yet brilliant power, unfathomable and unforgiving to even those who wield it. Oh, it always does the bidding of its master, wreaking devastation.
Well, that's a lot to unpack, but what do you want about?
Soon, it was lost. Its mind now its own, unwittingly discarded in a gruesome battle between two self-proclaimed powers. Since then, it has laid in wait in the liturgical pass until now.
Oh, she might be talking about the thing we got that lets us punch through doors and also lets us turn into a monster. The monster turning bit, I honestly forgot I could do. Yeah, no new spell. I should buy this at some point. See if it's any good. Since it takes 21 mind, I would certainly expect it to be a pretty good spell. But, I don't know. We don't quite have enough money right now. I am carrying 6 Demi Shade. I was gonna say maybe I should buy these, but I already have 6 of them, which is more than I need at the moment. But assuming she's referring to the thing we already have, I'm not worried about what she was on about. If she's referring to something else, I have a lot of questions. The scythe does get very potent in terms of stats. Same with the spinal chain blade, but it makes sense that they both would become quite strong in terms of straight numbers because they're both slow. I'm pretty happy with the 2 weapons I'm using. If I was going to go back to a weapon, it would probably be back to the Blunder Blade, since that suits 2 of my secondary stats perfectly. Then again, so does this more or less. Actually, yes, I'm going to upgrade this right now because I just realized it raises both the scalings on this, and that is an immediate yes. That's going to make this significantly better. I didn't look at the scaling part on that one. That one's on me. I expected it to change scalings at 5 like this one did. Which this is going to go up to A scaling with its next upgrade. So, all of our money is going to be going into weapon upgrades for the foreseeable. That's what that's telling me. that covers just about everybody to touch base with aside from this guy. Because I doubt the kid has anything to tell us. I think the kid's run her course already.
Once more.
Nope, he's run his course for the moment too. Okay. Actually, have we have talked to the lady of the manor since going into the attic, but let's double check that. Make sure she doesn't have anything to say about talking to the... No? Unless it involves inquire about manor, but I doubt it since it's not a new dialogue. Just gonna redundantly save just to be on the safe side. Okay. Let me take another look at my list for targets now. Come on, Twitch. Play ball with me, please. Yeah, we'll raid her because I have not yet repaid for raiding me recently. And they've been kind enough to be around a bit lately. So it all works out. Let's see. Get that started. You've probably seen her name around a bit here recently, considering she's been by the last couple days. She's doing Silent Hill, which I know won't be everybody's cup of tea, but it's a good enough game. Let's see. We'll probably, like I've said before, continue this tomorrow. Theoretically, we might finish it. It really depends on how long this game actually is. If not, like I said, we'll finish it Monday. Because I doubt it'll take more than 4 streams, since we've been going 6 hours each time. I'd be very surprised if this was a longer than 24-hour game. We have been getting stuck, which would modify the time scale there a little bit, but I don't think it's that bad on that score. Other than that, thank you all for taking the time to be here as usual. I'll, of course, see you tomorrow, like I said. And be good to Rhea. She's been very nice so far. Of course. I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.